Good evening. I'm Councillor Clive English, Chairman of the Planning Committee, and I'm pleased to welcome you to this remote meeting of the committee. The meeting will be broadcast live and recorded for playback on the Council's YouTube channel, and this will include the instant messaging. I'll ask at this point, is anyone else going to be recording the proceedings? I'll ask so that people at the meeting will know if this is occurring, not in order to prevent it. I'm not seeing any indications, so I'll assume that's a no. I will now explain how the meeting will be done this evening. My role as chairman will continue, but a Democratic Services Officer and legal representative will assist me in implementing the remote meeting protocol. The Democratic Services Officer will also produce the minutes and provide procedural advice as may be required. Instead of public speaking, members of the public have been invited to submit written statements to be read out by me as chairman, or video or audio recordings to be played in the appropriate speaker slot. We have a number of statements this evening. I will provide further explanation as may be necessary as we proceed, but members are reminded that instant messaging will be visible to those viewing the meeting and should only be used for raising technical issues, indicating a wish to speak, raising a point of order, or seconding a motion. I will now ask the Democratic Services Officer to take the attendance register by reading out the list of committee members in alphabetical order. Members should confirm their attendance by answering present. Mrs. Snake.
Thank you, Chairman. Good evening, members. I'll now take the register. Councillor Atkinson.
Present.
Councillor Brindle.
Present.
Councillor English.
Present.
Councillor Eaves.
Present.
Councillor Harwood.
Present.
Councillor Kimantz.
Present.
Councillor Mumford.
Present.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Present.
Councillor Perry.
Present.
Councillor Powell.
Present.
Councillor Spooner.
Present.
Councillor Vizard. Councillor Vizard?
Sorry,
Well, we can see you.
We know he's present.
Thank you.
I have my mic off. Sorry.
And Councillor Wilby.
Present.
And Chairman, we have a full house this evening.
Thank you very much. I now ask the Democratic Services Officer to read out the list of officers present and which items they are presenting.
Thank you, Chairman. Quite a long list here again. We have James Bailey, Development Manager, for items 12, 15, 16, 17 and 22. Russell Fitzpatrick, Legal Representative. William Fletcher, Planning Officer, for item 19. Michelle Kwok, Planning Officer, for items 13 and 14. Austin Mackey, Major Projects Manager, for item 21. Justin Miller, Senior Planning Officer, for item 18. Adam Reynolds, Senior Planning Officer, item 20, and me, Debbie Snook, Democratic Services Officer. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. As we have a full house, the only apology we have received is from Councillor Parfitt-Reid, who may have to leave the meeting early due to health issues. So there are no substitute members this evening, at least at this point. So move to item 3, visiting members, and I ask the Democratic Service Officer to read out the names of visiting members along with the agenda items they have indicated they wish to speak to.
Thank you, Chairman. We have Councillor David Burton for item 17 and Councillor Young for item 21. Thank you.
Thank you. Item 4, items withdrawn from the agenda. I'm not aware of any item to be withdrawn from the agenda this evening. So I'm going to assume, unless I'm told otherwise, there aren't any. Item 5, date of adjourned meeting. If required, the adjourned meeting will be on Monday, the 26th of April, 2021 at 6 p.m. Item 6, urgent items. I intend to take the urgent update reports in relation to items 14, 18 and 19 and any verbal updates as they contain further information relating to the applications to be considered at this meeting. I will take a lack of indication otherwise as agreement. And that's agreed. Item 7, disclosures by members and officers. Are there any disclosures? Members and officers should only speak up if they have a disclosure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's Councillor Anne Brindle here. I have
noted that item 15 falls within the Boxley parish, and as I'm part of the environment group and have discussed this, I will not be taking part in the discussion or decision making.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Any other indications? Don't hear any, so I'm assuming not. Item 8, disclosures of lobbying. I'll ask the Democratic Services Officer to check with members of the committee in alphabetical order if they have any disclosures of lobbying. They should either answer none or yes and then specify the agenda item or items.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Chairman. Councillor Atkinson.
Yes, items 14, 17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Brindle.
Yes, items 14, 15, 17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor English.
Yes, items 21, 15, 13, 17, 18, 19, 14. So, yes, quite a
Thank you.
comprehensive list.
Councillor Eaves, have you been lobbied?
Yes, items 14, 15, 17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Harwood.
Yes, I've been lobbied on items 20 and 21.
Thank you. Councillor Clements.
Yeah, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20 and 21.
Thank you. Councillor Mumford.
Yes, item 13, 14, 17, 18 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Parfitt Reid.
Items 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19 and 21.
Thank you. Councillor Perry.
Yes, items 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 and 21. It's a lot.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Powell.
Yes, items 13, 14, 17, 18, 19 and 21.
Thank you. Councillor Spooner.
Items 14, 17 and 19.
Thank you. Councillor Vizard.
Yes, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 21.
Thank you. And Councillor Wilby.
13 to 21.
Thank you. That's easy. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much. Right. Item 9, to consider whether any items should be taken in private because of the possible disclosure of exempt information. I don't think any of these items raise any such issue, so I intend to take all items on the agenda in public, and will assume that if there is no disagreement that that is what we're going to do. I see no indications, therefore they will all be in public. We move on to item 10, minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of March, adjourned to the 29th of March. These have all been circulated, so I move that the minutes of the, first of all, that the minutes of the meeting held on the 25th of March, adjourned to the 29th of March, be approved as a correct record. Is that agreed, members? Thank you. Just one thing on that meeting. I think Councillor Atkinson wanted to say something. Keith?
Yeah, thank you, Clive. Thanks for that. Yeah, I promise I'll be brief, as we've all got homes to go to. I'd just like to say thank you to all members and officers for everything during my time on planning. Planning committee is a good committee to be on because it's non-political. All decisions are made purely on the merits or otherwise of each individual application. That's how it should be. I'd like to think I've made some sort of difference whilst on the committee, introducing a few biodiversity changes. At the last adjourned planning meeting, Lottie promised on the IEM that she would be the committee's apiarist in future. I'll hold you to that, Lottie. So thanks, Clive, for letting me say these few words and for being an excellent chairman. So thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor. I will say I will miss your contribution, and to all members of the council, those who are here this evening on the committee or visiting or elsewhere who are either retiring or are facing elections, the best of luck in your future life, whether or not it is on the council. And thank you for all your contributions. Move on to ask if anyone else has any matters arising. No. In that case, we move to item 11, presentation of petitions. There are no petitions this evening, which is good. So we move to item 12 to 22, committee reports. First of all, are there any updates, Mr. Bailey, on deferred applications? No? So in that case, we proceed directly to the applications. And the first one this evening is item 21, Warm Lake Nursery, Maidstone Road, Sutton Valence. And I call on the officer to introduce the report.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just check if the screen is displaying and you can
Yes,
see
it is
the
displaying.
slide?
It is
Excellent.
displaying.
Thank you very much. Good evening, members. Thank you, Chair. Item 21, page 146 of the agenda, Warm Lake Garden Centre and Nursery, North Street, Sutton Valence. This is a planning application for the redevelopment of the existing site to provide 18 dwellings, of which 7 will be affordable, together with landscaping and car parking. The site is located just to the south of Warm Lake Crossroads. To the west of the site are the large, extensive school playing fields for Sutton Valence School. This annotated drawing illustrates that the site, whilst outside the village boundary, forms part of a linear pattern of development extending northwards from the defined village boundary. You can see that linear development lines many parts of the adjacent highway network. The site itself does not extend beyond the limits of the adjacent developed sites. And the school playing field to the west acts as a buffer to the more natural agricultural landscape to the west. On this basis, it is not considered that, subject to the detailed tests of design and layout, that the proposal would result in an adverse impact upon the character or appearance of the countryside. The site itself fronts onto North Street, from which it takes access. Visibility to both the north and the south is good. As highlighted in the report, there are bus stops for each direction on adjacent arms of the crossroads, including a bus stop for Maidstone bound services immediately outside the site frontage. The site itself is of no particular environmental character. It contains the retail building for the garden centre, greenhouses and a range of containers and external storage areas. Notably, the vast majority of the site is hard surfaced, with significant areas for visitors parking, servicing and storage. This is the view westward. You can see that there is a large telephone transmitter on the western boundary within the playing fields and extensive, albeit non-native planting on the southern boundary. The neighbouring properties to the south comprise a large care home complex with a part 2, part 3-storey building and significant areas of hard surfacing. To the north, we have residential properties. At the top of the picture, you can see Warm Lake Cottages. This top left-hand photograph shows that the property does, as it were, peer over the boundary into the garden centre from where this picture is taken. It is relevant to note that this property also has a westerly aspect across its garden, and also, as shown on this right-hand photograph, an easterly aspect going back to North Street, which would have been its traditional front garden. There are also 2 further properties on the northwestern corner of the site. These are 2 detached houses that were built in the former grounds of Warm Lake Cottages. They both look over the boundary between the site and the playing fields, and this property that's shown in weatherboarding does look over the northwestern part of the site, and I'll come on to explain that relationship a bit further. So you can see here to the south the large flank elevation of the care home building, which has car parking to the front. But going back to the residential neighbours, this is Warm Lake Cottages. You can see here the elevation that we were looking at in the photograph, which looks immediately towards the boundary. This is the rear westerly aspect, and this is the forward easterly aspect onto North Street. These are the two modern detached houses, and you can see the westernmost house looks along the boundary line. This is a service route to this maintenance shed for the school, and the transmitter mast that we saw was here. This is Pavilion View, which is the house that looks over the site. This part of the site is currently overgrown. The neighbouring property is around 12 metres off the boundary, and plot number 7 has been designed to mirror that relationship. So they both sit 12 metres off the boundary, which is well within the guidelines that we recommend for facing distances between properties. Going back to Warm Lake Cottages, it will face towards the flank elevation of this property, so there will be a material change in the outlook to that property. There won't be a loss of privacy because we are managing that relationship with obscure glazed windows and a condition permitting any further windows in this flank elevation. There is a parking court along the boundary, part of which is screened by the neighbour's wooden cabin. There will of course be activity associated with people coming and going from this parking area, but members should note that this part of the application site has been a public area with the display of plants and areas for seating, so there is an established characteristic of public activity within this area, so officers don't consider that there would be a material change in the noise or activity levels along this boundary. However, we do recommend in condition 9 that an acoustic fence be installed along the neighbour's boundary together with this additional tree and hedgerow screen that is proposed. Turning back to the development itself, the scheme uses the existing access off North Street, so minimises the impact on the established hedgerow to the front. There is some removal of low-grade specimens on the front of the site, but these will be replaced by better quality native planting, so there will be a net improvement in the medium to long term. The site itself is laid out around a series of short cul-de-sacs, which breaks up the form of the development. I'll come back to the landscaping later, but members can see that a defining characteristic of this central access route is that it is predominantly landscaped on both sides. There is a variety of house types which help to break up the character of the site and the street scene. So this is the southern part of the site that faces back onto the access road. So this is North Street here. We have two-storey, but really the first floor is in the pitch with the roof designed so that you can't really extend upwards. So these properties reduce the impact as you enter the site. These garages, although not shown on this drawing, are set well back. And then the remainder of the buildings have a variety of traditional styles and materials. And they are contextually appropriate. Zooming in a little bit, you can see the different house styles. The predominant materials are red brick, hanging tiles, clay roof and timber weatherboarding. The detailed drawings show that there is a good execution of design detail in each of the buildings. So unlike some of the national house builders, there's lots of detailing in that adds interest to the buildings that you don't often see on a more commercial product. These are examples of two of the house types in the scheme that have been built by the applicant. Again, you can see the execution of detailing in the buildings. I think they're a very high quality compared to some of the house builder products that we see. Again, this is the building close to the site entrance, which has the sort of barn conversion effect, albeit not that honest. Returning to landscaping, on this image, which is unfortunately in black and white in the printed agenda, I've turned off the garden areas so that members can see where the net new landscaping is. Again, we have this landscape-led corridor as you enter the site. We have the reinforced hedgerow on the site frontage. On the northern boundary, which currently has no landscaping of any significance, there'll be a new native tree and hedgerow scheme. There will also be a native hedgerow along the western boundary, but we're not proposing trees in this area because it has an open aspect to the playing fields. Members should note that the northern and eastern boundaries are all outside the individual gardens of householders so that they can be maintained through a site management scheme and their quality won't be diminished by neighbours carrying out domestic gardening. The applicant has provided some images of other developments they have completed. So again, I've zoomed in on this central landscape character area where you can see open communal space, landscaped details at the head of the roadway, and of interest this swale, which was part of the sustainable drainage scheme, also provides potential habitat and a relatively attractive setting. So officers consider that both the landscape detailing for the scheme and the built design of the buildings is of a high quality. Some comments have raised policies SP11 and SP15, which members will be aware seek to protect within larger villages local shops, community facilities and green spaces. Because this site doesn't lie within the designated village boundary, those policies don't kick in. So there is no protection of the existing use as a garden centre or nursery. And therefore the principal tests are SP17 on the countryside and DM5, which members will be aware requires high quality design if we are to permit housing in brownfield countryside sites. Officers consider that the scheme is of a high quality and passes those tests. In condition 6, which is the landscaping scheme, we've added an extra paragraph requiring the landscaping details to show a focus on biodiversity habitat, and condition 7 requires the usual fabric habitat changes. There is condition 5 will require electric vehicle charging and solar roof PV on those properties where it won't affect the character of this landscaped area. And there are quite a few properties where we have southerly and western roof elevations where we can employ PV. So on balance, officers consider the scheme to be of high quality. We feel that the design has mitigated amenity impacts on neighbours. Yes, there will be a change in the setting of the neighbours who currently look out over a relatively quiet garden centre site, but in terms of amenity, we feel that the scheme design mitigates any potential impacts, and the application is recommended subject to the conditions in the report and a planning obligation requiring policy compliant affordable housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mackey. We have a number of statements that have been submitted this evening. The first one is from Sutton Valence Parish Council, from Councillor Poulter. The Parish Council wish to see the application refused. The redevelopment of this site is a loss of a service to the community, contravening SP11 paragraph 2. The garden centre and shop are of great value to the community, and its loss will mean another service disappearing and creating a dormitory village. See also SP22, retention of employment sites. Maidstone Borough Council has already allocated 125 new homes to Sutton Valence, and most of these are not sustainable, being out of the settlement area and with inadequate pathways to access services. This development appears to be one of the many windfall sites that MBC is keen to have to fill their housing allocation. This particular development is also outside the village settlement area and in the hamlet of Warmlake, which has been targeted for development for several years. The development is becoming a suburban sprawl. Contrary to the opinion of Kent Highways, the development is very near Warmlake Crossroads, which is an accident black spot. Numerous minor accidents occur throughout the year without need for the emergency services, and the debris left on the road fills residential bins. The Road Safety Audit Stage 1 says that the lack of pedestrian facilities could compromise pedestrian safety. The joint site visit and inspection on 15th of October 2020 between 12:30 and 1300 hours argues that the traffic flows were low and free flow speeds moderate. This assertion is wildly misleading. From 7:30 a.m. onwards, the traffic is backed up along both Warmlake Road and Chartway Street, with traffic backed up along the A274. No account has been taken of the HGVs that turn right out of Chartway Street from the farms. It is also noted in the road safety report that there are footways on both sides of the access road. However, no crossing point is provided for pedestrians. A lack of suitable pedestrian facilities may lead to pedestrians crossing at less safe places, leading to possible vehicle-to-pedestrian collisions. Further, full curb heights may lead to pedestrian trips, particularly for visually or mobility impaired pedestrians. Councillors should note that the pavement terminates north at Warmlake Crossroads with no safe road crossing to access the bus stop to travel south. The pavement south terminates at the end of the cricket field, also with no safe crossing point to access services. Should Maidstone approve the development, improvements to the Warmlake junction are vital to the safety of pedestrians, and a condition should be attached to the recommendation to that point. Proceeding onwards, we have a statement from the applicant, from Mr. Bland. Thank you for the opportunity to address the committee in support of our application, seeking full planning permission for the redevelopment of the existing garden centre and nursery to provide 18 dwellings, including 7 affordable homes at Warmlake Nursery, Sutton Valence. This wonderful site is located in a sustainable location, being close to the village centre and with good access to a range of services and public transport. The site constitutes brownfield land and is therefore required to be treated in line with policy DM5, which allows development on brownfield sites in rural areas. The site as existing is not of high environmental character and constitutes an effective infill plot where the development will respect the building line and pattern of the surrounding area. The proposal therefore represents suitable redevelopment of a brownfield site in the countryside as supported by policy DM5. There is no policy which protects the existing use of the site, and we consider the proposed residential use is more in keeping with the local character. We believe that the proposal will be of an appropriate height, scale, mass and design, and this will create a high quality scheme that sits comfortably in the street scene. The scheme proposes a variety of house types and uses a traditional palette of materials which takes reference from the character of the locality. The high quality design which would therefore comply with policies DM1 and DM30 of the plan. The low density of the development is appropriate to the locality and complies with policy DM12. A comprehensive landscaping scheme would be secured by condition and assist the development in assimilating into the area. Given the site's active use as a garden centre, a change to residential use would not result in an unacceptable impact on the surrounding properties. The layout and scale of the scheme has been carefully designed to protect the amenity of existing and future residents, and thus would not give rise to any overbearing, overlooking or loss of privacy for neighbouring occupiers in line with policy DM1. Adequate parking provision and access is provided within the site and appropriate turning areas are provided. The scheme complies with policies DM21 and 23 in this respect. The application is supported by a number of technical reports assessing highways, drainage and contamination, as well as trees, ecology and archaeology. Key consultees, including KCC Highways and the Council's Environmental Health Officer, all raised no objection, and the proposed development accords with their requirements. The proposed SUDS drainage system will also significantly improve the existing situation, which is predominantly hard surfaced, as well as offer significant biodiversity enhancements. The proposals have been subject to a number of amendments during the course of the application to address matters raised by your officer and were subject to a pre-app with your council's housing officer. The development would provide a total of 7 affordable units, and the scheme would be still liable, providing financial contribution to infrastructure. In summary, the proposed development would make good use of a sustainably located brownfield site. The scheme accords with the relevant planning policies and would represent a high-quality windfall development which reflects the character of the surrounding area. Your officers have recommended the application for approval, and I hope that you two are able to support the application and grant permission accordingly. That was the applicant's statement, and now we turn to Councillor Young, visiting member, for her comments. Councillor Young.
Yes, thank you very much, Councillor English. Good evening, everybody. Right, Sutton Valence is a small community which has seen many of its local facilities and retail premises disappear over the years, leaving it now with just 2 functioning pubs and 2 hairdressers. To lose yet another local retail facility would be a real blow to the community of not just Sutton Valence, but for the surrounding villages. Warmlake Nursery is very well respected and is very well respected and is used extensively by the residents of Sutton Valence, Warmlake, Chart Sutton, Langley, Headcorn and beyond. It provides gardening equipment, ornaments, plants, shrubs, composts, animal feed, a large selection of equine and pet equipment, as well as many other consumables, many of which would have to be obtained much further afield. I've had residents telephone me, including a distraught 83-year-old lady, asking me to do whatever I can to prevent the loss of this nursery, not just because of the loss of everything that the nursery provides, but also for the sake of yet more houses being built in the village. This development will only intensify and extend the built-up area between Sutton Valence, Warmlake and Langley. The only open space remaining along this side of the Sutton Road between these villages will be the cricket field next to Sutton Valence Care Home. I've always been under the impression that the coalescence of villages should be discouraged at all costs, but obviously not in this case. Sutton Valence has already been allocated at least 125 houses in the latest Maidstone Borough Council local plan review, which includes a development at Haven Farm a few hundred yards away from this proposed development. For this reason, this development is not required, and in order to fulfil the housing need in Maidstone Borough Council's local plan review. The development of this site would be a severe loss to the community and contravenes policy SP11 of Maidstone Borough Council local plan, where it states the need to resist the loss of local shops, community facilities and green spaces while supporting new retail developments, community services and green spaces to meet local need. Similarly, policy SP21 of Maidstone Borough Council local plan supports the retention of existing economic development premises in Maidstone urban areas. For these reasons, I would like this application to be refused. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. The only indication I have of any other member wishing to speak is, at this point, is Councillor Harwood.
Thank you, Chairman. I absolutely concur with the sentiments that the Ward Councillor has raised. However, we just need to look at our appeal success in this area, and the site which on the aerial photograph shown above you, which is currently undeveloped, immediately opposite Warmlake Garden Centre. Of course, that has a housing permission on it from a lost appeal. The very significant development at the junction of Chartway Street and Maidstone Road, another lost appeal decision. So I think the writing is a little bit on the wall in terms of what should happen were we to attempt to refuse what is a brownfield site development rather than greenfield like the other two. That said, we should not permit a development on this site lightly, and I think that's where I believe that we should maintain some control in terms of the development approach that we take. The site is outside the village envelope, therefore we can legitimately seek an exemplar scheme. And I think at the moment I am a little bit concerned that this is actually quite an intense use of the site, albeit brownfield, and I frankly would have preferred a softer buffer around the site, because we're very reliant upon other people's landscaping and the future use of those neighbouring sites to maintain a green buffer. I would have preferred a more of an enclave development here, where we utilise more of the application site to incorporate soft landscaping. Though I do strongly support the fact that most of the landscaping is outside of the actual curtilages, because landscaping does not tend to stay in contact with the enemy very long after people move in. However, that said, management contractors can tend to, if you look at trees everywhere around the landscape site, they're cut like tiny little lollipops. Hedges are below knee height, so I think contractors seek the least input, cheapest way to keep things manageable. So how are we going to overcome it on this site? I think that the detailed landscaping scheme that was described by Mr. Mackey earlier on would need to come back to committee in terms of its species composition, in terms of a LEMP, which I suggest is required, which should set parameters for the long-term maintenance of the vegetation. I'm a little concerned that the 10% renewable energy generation is on a site such as this on the unambitious side. I actually think these are some big units with some big roof spaces. I think that we should seek to utilise more of that roof space for solar PV. I also suggest that the swale, if we just look at the swales on some of the developments in Sutton Road and some of the attenuation ponds, they're just mown inside as well. So it's just a little bit of a dip in the mown grass. So I suggest that we should seek a wet element to that swale so that it does actually have some nature conservation value going forward. I think in terms of some of the grounds that were described for refusal around the use on the site, the commercial use, I don't think that's going to stand up, frankly, though I'll miss seeing Councillor Powell when I'm buying my shavings in there. But it's, this is, if the site operator is seeking to sell, we cannot control what goes on in there in the future. So from a transport perspective, with the amount of vehicles that swing in and out of that scheme, of this site, as it is with the garden centre use, I don't think that holds water in terms of an objection, and that's why Kent Highways have raised no objection at all. So I am quite prepared to move that we do grant permission. However, it is on the proviso that the landscaping scheme and the landscape and ecological management plan that accompanies it comes back to committee to be agreed. I don't think it should just be group spokespersons. I think it needs to come back to committee to actually show that this has to be an exemplar. And I would also like to dedicate to officers that they seek to negotiate more solar PV in a way that aesthetically fits, but I think we can make this development more sustainable, and I think as an exemplar it has to be. So I think with those small changes, I'm quite prepared to move. Thank you.
That has been seconded by Councillor Kim Ants, who narrowly shaded it. Do you wish to speak now, Ashley? or
Yeah,
reserve?
I mean, I've read the papers through and through, and apart from, I mean, Tony hit the nail on the head. I concur with him about the buffer. You're reducing the amount of traffic that's actually going to go into the site because if you're running a business, there's cars coming in and out, there's lorries coming in and out. So, I couldn't see anything wrong there. The only other traffic problem I would see is obviously the lack of a crossing point for people that are going to use the bus service. I think we need to sort of have a look to see whether we can sort of get a crossing point or something in there, because it is a major road, and I couldn't see the problem with losing it as a garden centre or as a nursery, because you've got Pleasant View Garden Centre very close, and you've also got Mole Pit Farm Shop very close. So and I think you'll find that Mole Pit Farm Shop was I don't know whether it is now, but it was owned by the same person, Ralph. So that's one of the only other thing I picked up on is it would be brilliant if, when developers say, well, we're going to do the affordable element and it's going to be 40%, but it says in 6.11, but the emphasis on smaller to medium-sized units, particularly within the affordable element. So basically, it's saying the small ones are going to be the affordable because they're the cheapest. Wouldn't it be nice if they come in and said, well, we're going to have 1 2-bedroom, 3 bedrooms, and a 4-bedroom? If they actually gave us the numbers, but that's an ideal world. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Clement. We've got a lot of speakers on this, so if people don't repeat themselves, Councillor Wilby, please.
Thank you, Chairman. First thing was the actual planning reference number in our papers is different to the one on the screen. So it's actually a 350, not 508, which is a different application. It is in the papers as well. So just to highlight that. The only other thing I was going to say was, personally, I've worked with this developer in our own patch, and that they're not a bad developer, and they do manage the landscaping in quite a responsible way, especially to do with the swells that we've got. I do have a slight concern that this maybe is a slight overdevelopment of this site. I've got nothing wrong with the development in this site. I would have liked to see lesser housing numbers in there, but we are where we are at this stage, and I don't think we have enough grounds at this point to refuse that on that basis. So yeah, I'm quite happy to support it as it is, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just going to say, well, I do think it is a problem, losing an employment site, especially, we're going to be coming out of a pandemic, and I just really think that these sites need to be retained if at all possible. Because once they're gone, and they're never going to come back, and we're just going to have more and more houses. And I do think the other issue I have, it is coalescence. That whole area is just going to merge into one. And I understand what's being said about, sites where we've lost planning appeals, but that perhaps that says something about our planning policies. I don't know. The other thing as well is I really have an issue with how many houses are on there. When I look at that layout, all I see is concrete. I see tiled roofs and roads and concrete. There's hardly any green on there at all. So I think there's too many houses. It doesn't meet the 40% affordable housing, because it's only providing 7, and you need 7.2. So it is too much. So, sorry, what did somebody say? I had somebody say something. No? I'm afraid I can't support this development. Thank you.
Councillor Powell, please. Councillor Powell.
Yeah, sorry, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I mean, I agree mostly with what Councillor Harwood has said this evening. I mean, I know this particular place extremely well. We use it quite a lot, but I actually spoke to the owner at the weekend, and he said for the past 6 years, he said business has gone down and down and down. People are now starting to buy their dog food and their cat food and whatever through online shops, and he said we just can't compete with that. So I think commercially it's a great shame to see a local industry, but it's go to the wall. But it's the world that we live in, and it's horrendous, but it's changing. And unfortunately, and so, as much as I don't like it, sometimes we have to move with it. So that leaves a brownfield site, and we know that under policy DM5, if we was to take this to the inspector, we would not stand a chance. That was proven across the road at the Oaks development, I would say many years ago, I can't quite think of how many years ago, where this particular council didn't give a decision for quite a time, and it was taken on non-determination to the inspector, who agreed it within a minimum amount of time. So that just shows what we would be up against. But I would agree with the density kind of issue, because along North Street, there doesn't seem as if there's a great deal from what I'm looking at. I mean, a more detailed report could tell us otherwise, of certainly kind of hedging or trees. I'd like to see a bigger buffer between those properties and what we've actually got, the photos that I've got in front of me. So I would like to question the density, even if it was removed from 18 properties to 15, taking the closest properties to the North Street. I'm not sure whether that is a possibility. I would like an answer on that. And the thing that concerns me more than anything is that crossroads. That crossroads is an absolute nightmare. It's an extremely busy road. It's getting busier with a further development that we've got on down Sutton Road and also up towards the approach to Headcorn as well. I think that we should be looking very, very kind of seriously at that, whilst taking it. I'm not objecting, by the way, to this development, but I just think we've got to make it a lot better and a lot safer than what we are at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Vizard, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Two points really, and Eddie's touched on it, and as did Ashley. My main concern is it is a very busy junction, and we do need to try and address the crossing somehow, be it with the volume of traffic that uses that stretch of road. And the only other thing is what Tony did say about the landscaping should come back to us, because there looks to be adequate parking on site, but the little bit of green space and the swale and the green space that is there, I would like to see some sort of protection to it so that it wasn't turned into a muddy car park further down the road. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, thank you, Councillor Vizard. Right, where are we now? Councillor Kiments has already spoken. Councillor Perry, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, this is a long list. Let me just come back. I do support the sentiments that were expressed by the ward councillor. I think that they are very, very important. And also the point made by Councillor Parfitt-Reid regarding loss of employment. And I accept this is potentially a brownfield site. So, we are stuck between a bit of a rock and a hard place on it. But could I come back to the objections that have been raised, have been with policies SP11 and SP15. And when I read the report, it said basically, because this is about protection of local shops and local businesses, and I think that's extremely important. But it says it doesn't apply here because it's outside the defined village boundary, which, with all due respect, I found that rather a weak response. This is, it's a serious issue when these facilities in rural areas are lost. And if that's really our policies are so weak that we can't even defend them, then I'm really concerned. But I'd like a view from the officers on this, because it did seem, particularly SP15 and point 2 on SP15, which basically is very specific about the loss of local facilities. And this, I mean, whatever you may say about it, has been an important local facility. So I would just like to get a view on that. But otherwise, I find it very difficult to support this application. Thank you.
Well, unfortunately, because an amendment has just been moved, I'm not taking any further discussion on anything or any answers to any questions until I've dealt with the amendment. Councillor Powell has just moved for a deferral, and it has been seconded by Councillor Wilby. Councillor Powell, would you like to give your reasons? Councillor Powell? Well, Councillor Wilby, would one of you like to give your reasons? Otherwise, that motion will automatically fall.
Okay, yeah. If Eddie's not going to come in, Councillor Powell. Okay, yeah. So I'd like to propose that we defer this to look at the overdevelopment of the site. The fact that yes, it is an infill site, but the density of it within the countryside is too great.
Can support that.
Yeah, I'm back on. Sorry, I had a technical issue, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would certainly go with that. In this case, I'll turn that round and support Councillor Wilby by seconding that.
Right. Are there any other issues you wish to raise? Because you only get a chance to defer once.
I think we'd like to, personally would like to add the landscaping issues that have already been raised by the other councillors.
Thank you. In that case, I'm not going to discuss anything further until I've dealt with this deferral issue.
What about renewables?
Yeah, thank you. Right, thank you. That, I think that should be incorporated as well. Mr. Mackey, did you wish to say anything at this point?
Thank you, Chair. If I just come back on a number of the points that have been raised.
Now, can you just address whether or not it would be appropriate to defer, and then we'll have the substantial debate later.
Okay. The density of the scheme is 24 dwellings per hectare. Policy DM5 links to DM1, which states that densities should be circa 30 dph or in accordance with the character and appearance of an area. There is no set density in this location because of the linear form of development, so it would be very hard to say that the visual impact of the density would harm the character and appearance of the area. Members have all referred to the Oaks, which is to the northeast of this site, and I think that's an example of a development that makes no attempt to blend itself into the landscape. It's a series of very large houses with low-level landscaping, no screening, and it almost advertises its existence. The approach the applicant took on this site was to really retain the discrete character of the site in terms of the frontage. I did discuss at an early stage the scope to increase the buffers on the boundaries, but agreed with the applicant's approach that what they're trying to do is retain the front screen, which the photographs show is very effective, and also when you look into the site, focus the open space in this area so that when passers-by or pedestrians look in, you are looking at a more semi-rural character, albeit the houses are set to either side of that. So I think on density grounds, we would find it very difficult to drive a density low simply for the sake of it if we don't feel that there is an adverse visual impact. So I think members would have to identify a specific impact that the current density of the scheme has in order for officers to try and negotiate a reduction. But I'm not quite sure what we could do that would have a material benefit in terms of simply, say, taking off a couple of houses here or a house here. It wouldn't materially change the character of the scheme. It would just result in a numerically low density, but with no particular benefit unless members can identify a benefit that would arise.
Yeah, I'm having that problem. Councillor Harwood, did you wish to speak to this particular amendment?
Yeah, I did indeed. Thank you, Chairman. All the time I've got in the back of my mind, as actually has just been raised, the Oaks development. It's just a sea of laurel and those gates and everything about it, and just the intensity of the development. We cannot allow by appeal or any other route the gateway to Sutton Valence to be suburbanised in that way. I wonder whether the way to attack this is less about the number of units. It's more about the configuration and where we have concerns. And I think we're all coalescing around the fact that we want to maintain a green entrance into Sutton Valence and to get some kind of break with the Crossroads and with Warm Lake. And I think the way to do that, it may be to defer, it may be to give delegated powers, but to just look at that site frontage and whether we can, perhaps through a rejigging of the layout, try and reflect almost the woodland belt that's on the other side of the road, that's on the east side of the road. So, I don't know if Mr. Mackey would like to come back on that as to whether we really could strengthen that frontage so that essentially you're coming through a green tunnel, if you like. So we're actually making it, we're rehabilitating the landscape almost. Because
I think that would be a better way to address it, and that addresses the first 2 points that were raised. Mr. Mackey, briefly.
Chair, yes, you can see here on this picture, this is part of the site frontage to the south of the entrance. This is to the north. They are actually very effective in their current configuration, but I agree that they could be enhanced, which is part of the scheme. And I think this picture illustrates what the applicant is trying to do in terms of the view into the site. So at the moment, you've got a fairly standard industrial gate and buildings behind. That will become a landscape corridor. So yes, there'll be buildings either side and a building at the end, but it'll be landscaped. But I think if we go back to the plan, just so that I can understand councillors, I think, Chair, this scheme does benefit from generous gardens. It would be possible, I think, to reduce the depth of these gardens without taking away their usability to improve this screen here. I'm sure with this property on this corner, there would be scope to pull it back, change the garage configuration, possibly put a built-in garage on the side so that members get a stronger visual buffer here as well. I don't think that would prejudice what the applicant is seeking to achieve, but would still provide the additional buffer that you want whilst providing future occupiers with good quality amenity.
Okay, councillors Powell and Wilby, are you willing to amend your deferral on the lines of Councillor Harwood suggests? Or?
I'm willing to go down that route, Chairman, but also to say that a reduction in housing wouldn't improve your scheme, as Councillor Mackey has just pointed to, that house down in the corner, just by actually either reducing the size of it or taking it out completely, would actually give you quite a larger buffer down this side.
Yeah, I take your point, Councillor Wilby, but if that's the result of changing the buffer rather than the buffer being the result of a reduction of the houses, that would perhaps be wiser, if you see what I'm trying to say.
I do see what you're trying to say, Chairman. I'm quite happy to go along that route, but I would still like if we are going to defer it, I would still like the officers to actually approach the developer about a reduction in numbers.
Well, yeah. I think I could support that if it was the outcome, but I think it would be difficult to make the argument on on the numbers alone. I think the numbers should come out of what the layout.
I also think, Chairman, I've just looked at this on Google Maps, and to say that this fits in with the area around it, it's a lot more. The housing around it is a lot more dispersed than in this. Right.
Well, I
think we could use that slightly to our argument, but yeah, I would take the officer's advice.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, that obviously that includes the solar PV issue. Is everyone clear on the revision to the proposed amendment?
Can I speak? Can I speak?
If it's on the amendment, Councillor Mumford.
Yeah, that's why I've been indicated since you had a seconder for moving the main motion.
No, that's fine, Councillor.
Okay. Right.
I thought that you were wanting to address the original contention, and we're not discussing that at the moment.
No. If we are going to defer, I would like a number of things. I think we should be figures. I think we should be looking to get 20% on the renewables, wet suds. When I look at the plans, I know we got quotas for public open space, and that just doesn't seem to have that allocation. So that would be a question to the officers to pursue. Has it got the correct quota of open space? I think that's why we're having a bit of a problem with it. And one side issue I would ask the officers to look at if we're deferring would be if Sutton Valence has a current housing survey to look whether the local needs affordable housing can be allocated to Sutton Valence. They're my points.
All right, Mr. Mackey, can you come back on those? Then I do want to proceed to a vote.
Yes, Chair. On the renewables, the condition seeks a minimum 10%, but as I sought to highlight in the report, there are indeed extensive areas. So I'm comfortable that there is good quality roof space to achieve a higher figure for this scheme. The suds, yes, the suds can be wet. We'd obviously need to make sure that where they're adjacent to a footpath, there's no safety issue, but a low post and rail fence could manage that. And I would remind members in terms of the character of the area that we do have this very large complex immediately adjoining the site, and it would be difficult on appeal to ignore its impact on the character of the area. And it's this rear boundary. These two new houses here, which were approved in 2016, they have a very open appearance to the lane. I think this development will have a far lesser impact than its neighbours. And in terms of open space, as members know, it's very difficult for small sites to satisfy every aspect of policy SP. I can't remember the number now. DM9. What we tend to do on small sites is ensure that we achieve the amenity space, children's play space, spatial requirements, which this scheme does. But recognising its countryside location, we tend not to secure on-site semi-natural except where there is a biodiversity opportunity. I appreciate it's not for members to consider local plans in committee meetings, but I would remind members that we're looking at this site not in isolation, but with regard to the proposals in the local plan to bring forward Haven Farm. I was in a meeting on Monday evening with the local doctor's surgery and the site promoter at Haven Farm in order to achieve a community hub in that site and also to secure new woodland and public open space. So, you know, this is a piece of the Sutton Valence jigsaw, and whilst it can't deliver every element that a policy would ideally require, we feel that it does what it can in a good quality manner, but we will be making up other elements of policy requirements through the local plan site allocations, but appreciate you have to consider this on its merit tonight.
Well, Councillor Mumford, are you satisfied with that answer?
It is an answer. I'm not sure I'm satisfied. What we're saying, it does not provide the open space required of it. So it is just a thought, and it's something to look at when we defer and whether more open space can be allocated by the reducing of garden size and possibly removal of a house.
Well, we'll add that to the later consideration, but I'm not sure we specified that we particularly want to get rid of a house, but it's an issue of layout, and I really am going to conclude this debate. So, Council, unless anyone wishes to add anything to the grounds of deferral, I am going to conclude this discussion. Councillor Powell, are you adding to the grounds of deferral?
Yeah, absolutely, Mr. Chairman. What I'm saying is what Mr. Mackey mentioned about what is right for policy. what I'm looking at is what is right for Sutton Valence, what is right for the rural community, and how this whole site will enhance the local community whilst not doing any harm anywhere else. And I think that the only way that we will do that is to implement what Councillor Wilby said earlier on, along with many of Councillor Harwood's comments and also Councillor Mumford's. So that's my summary, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Brindle, and that will be the last word.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is it possible to include in the deferment exploring a means of having a crossing point there, please? Because if you look on Google Earth, the pathways, pedestrian pathways, are not both sides of the road, and I'm not suggesting in the countryside that should be so. But if there are bus stops on either side of the road, I'm just a bit concerned how people will cross that road safely to get to either side, to the other side for the bus.
Well, Mr. Mackey, I said Councillor Brindle will get the last word, but I'll have to bring you back on that one.
Chair, if it's a ground for refusal that we investigate, then yes, we can discuss with KCC Highways and the applicant what opportunities there are. Of course, you couldn't put a crossing from one side to another where there isn't a footpath, so there may be limited opportunities. But the councillors are correct that as you go from this site back down into the village, you go down the pavement on one side, but then at a point you do have to cross over to the other. Exactly. So we can discuss that with the applicants. We'll need to discuss it with KCC Highways, because obviously crossings need to be at safe locations in terms of vehicular movements and speed. So I wouldn't want to put a crossing in at a dangerous point. But as a ground for deferral, it's certainly a legitimate matter to explore.
You couldn't put a crossing in if it would fail the safety audit and would actually make things worse. But there might be other things you can do. Councillor Kimantz, if I will take you if it's to add to the grounds of deferral, but otherwise not.
Yeah, I was just picking up on what Austin Mackey said about the crossing point. Surely if there's a bus stop there, you've got to have a crossing to get over to the bus stop.
Okay, well, I think we have agreed that we are going to add all of these grounds, and we will see where they go. But unless someone has another ground, I'm not taking any further discussion. Is everyone clear on everything that's been suggested?
Yep.
Right?
Chairman, sorry, it's Debbie here. Could Austin perhaps just clarify the main ground?
Yes, Chair. I was just going to ask if I'd got the correct list. The first is to quantify the level of renewables with an expectation that this would be 20 rather than 10%. Yeah. That we explore the opportunity to improve pedestrian crossings within the vicinity of the site and the Warmlake Crossroads, that we look more closely at the quantum of open space that is being provided, and that we consider whether the density of the scheme would need to be changed, or the size and position of buildings and gardens to help improve the open space.
Yeah, and the buffer on the front.
Yes. Yeah.
I think that's key. Councillor Harwood, did you wish to elucidate?
Yeah, I do wonder if Mr. Mackey should relate to the general layout as well. And I absolutely agree, Chairman. It's a site frontage where we need to soften that gateway into Sutton Valence. No, but what I thought I said earlier on was the deferral gives us the opportunity to work up the detailed landscaping scheme. So I think what I'm asking is that when there is this reappraisal of the layout and the landscape, it gives us an opportunity to actually come back with that detail, because otherwise we'd end up in the position where we might approve it and ask for the landscaping to come back to another meeting. So we've really strung it out. This deferral has given us an opportunity for the applicant to work up the landscaping so that we know what we're actually getting, not just an illustration with some green splodges. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And now I am going to proceed to the vote, but thank you for everyone's contribution. Right, the amendment for first with the for deferral on the grounds just set out by Mr. Mackey and slightly elucidated there by Councillor Harwood. So can I ask legal officer to take the vote, please.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Atkinson?
For.
Councillor Brindle?
For.
Councillor English?
For.
Councillor Reeves?
For.
Councillor Harwood?
For.
Councillor Kimmans?
For.
Councillor Manford?
For.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed?
For.
Councillor Perry?
For.
Councillor Powell?
For.
No. Councillor Spooner?
For.
Councillor Vizard?
For.
Councillor Wilby?
For.
Unanimous, Chair.
Thank you very much. And can I have the vote, please, Mrs. Snigg? I think that was unanimous. But
That's 13 in favour, none against, and abstention, so it is unanimous. So do we did vote on the substantive motion, though,
yes,
Chairman?
we did.
Thank you.
I just thought I'd take the vote total first.
Sorry.
Right, now that becomes a substantive, and ask the legal officer to take the vote again. Hello? Okay, we seem to have lost.
No, sorry, Chair, I am here. Apologies. Right. Councillor Atkinson?
For.
Councillor Brindle? Councillor Brindle? I'll come.
Carry on and we'll come back to her.
Councillor English?
For.
Councillor Reeves?
For.
For.
Councillor Kimmans?
For.
Councillor Manford?
For.
Councillor Perry?
For.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed?
Sorry, you confused me by going.
Yeah, wrong way around.
Right. Councillor Parfitt-Reed, sorry.
For.
Councillor Powell?
For.
Councillor Spooner?
For.
Councillor Vizard? Councillor Vizard?
Sorry, I'm mic off. For.
Councillor Wilby?
For.
Councillor Brindle?
She's indicated 4 in the IM.
Okay, thank you. That's unanimous as well, Chair.
Thank you very much. Therefore, that stands deferred. We now move on to the next item, item 15, after which we will take a break, which is 36 Shepherd's Gate Drive, Weavering. And I call upon Mr. Bailey to introduce the report. I believe it's Mr. Bailey.
It is,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Members, can you hear me? Can you see my screen?
We can.
Thank you very much. Good evening. This is an application for the demolition of an existing garage and the erection of a single-storey side and rear extension. It's a resubmission of a former application. So this is the application site here, just pointing out some sort of relationships in terms of the street. There's no uniform sort of building line here. It's a staggered building line. This is number 34, and obviously it's set back, so it's almost in line with the rear elevation of the application property. So it's just pointing out some key context in the street. This is the application site here. This is the building. This is number 36, so the application site. So the garage effectively would come in approximately this position here with a fully hipped roof and extending across approximately this area here at single-storey level. This is a closer view showing the application site and number 34 here, and you can see effectively the front elevation is almost in line with the rear elevation here. This is the existing garage on the application property, which would be demolished. And again, the proposal will have the single-storey extension, approximately this position, extending out into the back and then wrapping round in a single-storey element to the rear. Just to start again, showing the two properties in context. This is the rear elevation of the application site, so this would be demolished. And there'd be a single-storey element across here. This is the looking towards number 25 Harrow Way, which is the next door property. Just quickly going through the existing elevations. And then this is the proposed elevation. So this is the single story element, and as I said, where it wraps around. Just pointing out some elements where it's a hipped roof, so it reduces its kind of visual impact in terms of on the street. And the adjacent property, which is number 34, runs in approximately this area here, so its front elevation runs approximately to the back. This is the proposal in terms of where you've got a sort of garage area and extending out into this area here. In terms of this is just a parking plan to show that you can still get 2 cars on the site in this arrangement, and that would meet the parking standards set out in SPG 4 for residential parking standards. So in terms of the key issues to consider, these are set out in the report already and relate in print essentially to the design and visual impact and the impact on the amenity of neighbouring properties. In terms of design, given the single-storey nature of the extension, with its hipped roof form and set back from the highway, it would not appear as intrusive in the general street scene. In terms of amenity of neighbouring occupiers, given the scale and the properties, together with the orientation of the dwellings, it is not considered to result in a relationship that would be unacceptable to those neighbouring properties. Parking is provided on site to meet the policy requirements for 2 off-street parking spaces, and on this basis the application is recommended for permission. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. We have a number of statements, and the first of which is from Mr. Barrett, an objector and neighbour. We would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to respond to the Planning Committee report with respect to the impact upon the amenities of the neighbouring householders. This application proposes to build a large north-facing brick wall right along the edge of our driveway to the front of our property. The report suggests on more than one occasion that the existing 2-storey building remains the dominant feature, and seems to conclude that since this is the case, a little more visual intrusion and a little more loss of light will not make any significant difference to our living environment. We strongly disagree, given that the new single-storey extension is 3 metres closer. This is the new dominant feature. The side extension would run along our driveway, which is the access route to our property, so that we will be faced with an oppressive brick wall right on our boundary every time we come and go from our home. It would in fact be visible from all the front-facing windows of number 34. The addition of a large wall and garage roof to the outlook from these windows is not made acceptable just because there is a large wall further away already in these outlooks. The result would be an extension that is too overbearing. It would be unpleasantly encroaching, cause a tangible feeling of being hemmed in, and have a detrimental effect on our living environment and mental health. Therefore, the proposal goes against policy DM9, which states that a pleasant outlook of adjoining residents would be safeguarded, and residential extensions SPD, adopted May 2009, which states that an extension should respect the amenities of adjoining properties in respect of daylight and sunlight and maintain an acceptable outlook from a neighbouring property. With respect to the design and visual impact of the proposed extension, the current layout with recessed garage is common on the estate and is designed to and succeeds in creating a feeling of space between already densely packed properties. Adjacent houses are separated by adjacent driveways to accentuate the sense of space between dwellings. This is a positive design feature. Pulling the garage forward as proposed therefore goes against residential extensions SPD, which states that to integrate successfully, the siting of new extensions should normally respect existing building lines and the pattern of buildings and spaces between them, and that proposals should improve the character and quality of the area by reinstating or reinforcing positive features. Policy DM9, which states that the siting of the proposal would fit unobtrusively with the character of the street scene and or its context. We also know that the side extension design would, despite the roof hipping, result in a lean-to appearance from the street. This is incongruent and therefore goes against policy DM9, which states that the form and appearance of the proposal would fit unobtrusively with the existing building where retained and the character of the street scene. In conclusion, there are material reasons upon which this application should be refused, and we hope that the Planning Committee agree with this view. And that brings us to a statement from Mr. and Mrs. Dixon of 25 Harrow Way, which I've taken as there is no parish council representation. We wish to make the following observations and objections to the planning application above following publication of the recent Planning Committee report. Paragraph 4.02, issues in respect of noise. It is not noise from the proposed construction of the extension which concerns us most, although this would be irritating in the extreme. It is a noise likely to be made by Mr. Morley following this construction, which we object to. Since Mr. Morley moved into Shepherd 36 some 3 years ago, we have been frequently subjected to his use of a hammer drill in his DIY pursuits, best described as sounding like a machine gun fired against our party wall. There is every likelihood this will be the case again when he commences modifying the interior of this proposed extension. As an angina sufferer, I do not wish to experience this again for another 2 years or more. 6.12, issues in respect of overshadowing and loss of light. Currently, there is a boundary fence to the north of our property which is 1.8 metres in height. The proposed extension will result in a wall 3.7 metres high, which will overshadow us. This will leave us feel impending and restrict any light emanating from the northeast of our garden. We object to this. And finally, a statement from the applicant, Mr. Morley. Thank you for the opportunity to put in a few words towards this application process. We would just like to say that we've made every effort to harness the thoughts and feelings of our neighbours on both sides, and we feel this is no more demonstrated than in the withdrawal of our previous application, as well as the withdrawal of the log burner from our current design intent, which was raised as an issue by our neighbours at number 25 Harrow Way. The application has been given great thought and consideration with regards to both visual appeal and our growing young family's ultimate requirement of extended living space. We've spent a great deal of time and money with our architect and further professional bodies to put together our design drawing package and our planning statement, which we feel demonstrates our compliance with all current planning policy guidelines. We note our case officer, Georgina Quinn, has made a recommendation for approval based on our compliance with local planning policy guidelines, and would like to thank her for doing so. Should the committee grant approval in line with our case officer, we will endeavour to deliver an extension that will improve the appearance of not only our own property, but the immediate surrounding areas, while being as considerate to our neighbours as possible throughout the build process. And that was from the applicant, Mr. Morley. Councillor Harwood, are you indicating you wish to speak on this application? I wasn't sure whether it's this one or the previous one.
Yeah, I am, but the ward councillor is here. However, Councillor Brindle.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure which you were indicating on first.
Yeah, it was this one.
Thank you. Councillor Brindle, did you wish to kick us off?
No, as I've already said at the outset of the meeting, I am a member of the Environment Committee for Boxley Parish Council, so I will decline from taking part in this discussion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Councillor Brindle. I should have recalled that. Thank you. Well, it is over to you then, Councillor Harwood.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I actually think in terms of the size, I mean, I was reading our residential expansions SPD, and it does appear to be policy compliant as far as I can see it. It is just a first floor extension which does wrap around the building. However, the residential expansions SPD was quite ahead of its time in seeking renewable energy generation on extensions and in seeking integral niches for wildlife. And just as a kind of policy statement, I'm a bit concerned that looking at proposed condition 5, it talks about the niches for wildlife, and it talks about the integral ones that we usually seek because they're sustainable, but then it adds or through provision within the site curtilage, such as bird boxes, bat boxes and so on. I'm a bit concerned that this is a new form of words which we're going to see on delegated permissions, because frankly, if you can put up a bird box in your garden, which will probably last a year before it falls off, it's probably a lot easier to do that than build a bat tube into the integral fabric of a building, for example. So I think that's a very slippery slope. The other issue is that, as mentioned, that the renewable energy generation, which is given some policy strength in an inspector signed off SPD. So it's a shame that there's no reference to that, because essentially the new alignment of the garage and the new garage roof pitch would be pretty much kind of southeast facing and would be perfectly workable for solar PV, for example. So what I will move then is that we grant permission as per the papers, because I don't think there's any policy argument against. However, we amend condition 5 by basically where it states bat tubes or bricks, we put a full stop until, and then there's the last sentence, the development shall be implemented in accordance, so on. But we take out the section or through provision. And also, I think we should put another condition that renewable energy is incorporated. I don't think we specify what that is, whether that's solar PV or whether that's a heat pump or whatever, but this is a fairly large, albeit single story extension, akin to a bungalow in some respects. And if we have policy support, we ought to seek renewables. Thank you.
I will second that. Councillor Atkinson, did you wish to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Councillor Harwood said pretty much what I was going to say. I never like the use of the word "or" because it might just be one of the things they deal with. So I totally agree with removing that clause from it. But there's another use of the word "or" between bat tube or bricks. I'd like to see that amended to bat tube and B bricks, obviously. So those are my only further comments. Thank you.
Yeah, so did I see Councillor Spooner trying to write something because it's disappeared? Were you trying to come in, Councillor Spooner?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was thinking of and I will do if you ask me. Looking very, very carefully at this application, it is compliant with our SPD, House Extensions Guidelines. And I think it really boils down, I think the critical issue here is the impact of the flank wall on the neighbour. And if you look at it, that flank wall is separated from the neighbour by the neighbour's garage. There is quite a bit of a distance there. And as I look at that, I think it's a finely balanced argument, but I think the balance lies in favour of granting the permission, because I just don't see that single story extension having a more than severe impact upon that neighbour at number 34.
Thank you,
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Bailey, can I just stress that I think members are more generally from this debate are expressing some concern if our standard condition is going to change, and if there is going to be a difference in approach between the committee and delegated decisions. So can you reassure us that there hasn't been a change that we weren't aware of?
There hasn't been a change, Chair. I mean, normally it's not the standard wording that I would see in terms of saying that they shall have biodiversity enhancements and then all through the provision within the site curtilage such as bat brick. So I will reaffirm to the team that that addition of all through the provision on on-site curtilage. I think that's come around from recent advice from KCC biodiversity officers who have said that is also an important factor to make sure that you can integrate. It is, you can get these integrated niches on the buildings, but it's also important what's in the garden. So I think that has come about, but I can reaffirm the wishes of members going forward.
Yeah, because frankly, we've had enough experience with bat boxes and bird boxes that just disappear after about 2 days. So anyway, thank you for that reassurance, Mr. Bailey. Councillor Parfitt-Reid, looks like you're going to get the last word.
Yeah, I just wanted to very quickly say, I mean, I was concerned about the proximity to the neighbour. I mean, the picture that's up on the screen at the moment, it doesn't look too bad, but when I saw it from the other angle, when I saw it on the papers, I thought, oh, that's okay. And then when I saw the picture, I was a bit alarmed at how close it was. And I can see their point of view. And I just wondered if there's anything that we could do to that wall, make it a green wall or something to make, because I wouldn't want to be coming into a high, because it's going to be well over head height, isn't it? Brick wall. And I just wondered if there was perhaps something we could do to make it slightly better for that neighbour.
Well, I can't see anything offhand, to be honest, but Mr. Bailey?
Chairman, I don't think it would be reasonable to really require a green wall on that system. Firstly, on the basis that how would the individual maintain that green wall system? When you look at in terms of what's being proposed on plan, sorry, let me just go to this plan. I mean, if you're proposing a green wall up here, this is built right up to the edge of their boundary. So I don't know how they would get anything in there and manage and maintain that system.
So it's on the party wall, is it?
Well, it's not, well, as I say, it's on the ownership, not a party wall, because the party wall is on this side of the property here. So what you're talking about is the concern that you've got from the street looking here. So remember,
at the moment, they've got quite a nice bit of greenery there, haven't they?
Yes. Now, my assumption on that basis is that greenery owns to number 34, and that's what I was trying to have a look at earlier, because that's the assumption that I'm making here by zooming into the photograph. If you look at the radius here, my assumption and where the line this carries on through, it's being pulled forward. So you've actually got a bit of greenery here already to the right hand side, which is my assumption is that it's in the ownership of this property because they've got the existing boundary screening here. So to a degree that is screened, and what you're seeing on an elevation is actually, you know, an image that would be softened anyway by this landscaping. So I'm taking the assumption that that landscaping is attached onto this property. Yep. That's where my assumption goes to.
Okay,
it does look very much like it is.
Yeah, I mean, I can, as I said, that's I don't want to mislead members in any way, but that's what I was trying to kind of establish earlier from the photograph. Okay. So that would be softened to a degree by having that extension here. But notwithstanding that, I also do think that if that were not the case, I think other ways of softening it. I mean, you could put some banding course in there, but again, there isn't banding course on this existing house, and the officer's report does refer to the prominence of this elevation, and what you'll end up see from the road is probably more roof that will be the standout feature as opposed to the elevation, because your eye gets drawn up to the sort of the roof form.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you for a full answer on that, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey.
There's an slight amendment been moved and seconded, but to the recommendation. But is everyone clear on what that was?
Chairman, did the mover and seconder take into account the B bricks?
Yes, I believe they did. Can I just confirm that, Councillor Harwood? I did, but as a seconder. But did Councillor Harwood?
Yeah, I did, because effectively, because it's a first floor extension, we can have a back tube, but it will be too low for a Swift brick, so we can actually swap the Swift brick for the B brick, and that will work.
Thank you very much. That's covered that point then. In that case, I'll call on Mr. Fitzpatrick to take the vote on the amended motion.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Atkinson.
4.
Councillor English.
4.
Councillor Reeves.
4.
Councillor Harwood. 4.
Councillor Kimmans. Councillor Kimmans.
Come back to him in a minute.
4.
Okay. All right, that's a 4. Okay. Councillor Munford.
4.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid. Councillor Parfitt-Reid. Back. Councillor Perry.
4.
Councillor Powell,
4,
Councillor Spooner,
4,
Councillor Vizard,
4,
Councillor Wilby.
4.
I see Councillor Pothridis coming back with a 4 in the conversation. I'll make that 12 with one, with not so much an abstention, but a recusal.
Councillor Brindle doesn't take part in the vote, of course, so there should be 12. Is that correct, Mrs. Snooker? Do we have 12 votes?
Yes, we have. That's 12 in favour, none
Okay.
against, and Councillor Brindle didn't take part.
Thank you very much. Right, it is now 25:02. Will members return at 10:02 and we will reconvene the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Atkinson.
Present.
Councillor Brindle.
Present.
Councillor English.
Present.
Councillor Eaves.
Present.
Councillor Harwood.
Present.
Councillor Commands.
Present.
Councillor Mumford.
Present.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
Present.
Councillor Perry.
Present.
Councillor Powell.
Present.
Councillor Spooner.
Present.
Councillor Vizard.
Present.
And Councillor Wilby.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Members, the next agenda item is agenda item 13, the vines at Forsham Lane, Chart Sutton. The parish council has withdrawn their opposition to this application. There are no written statements for the application and no visiting members. Is anyone likely to want to speak to this application?
Yeah, Chair, I'd made a couple of notes on it, so can I just have a quick word?
In that case, Michelle, you'll have to introduce the report.
Sorry about that.
Michelle Cook, please, to introduce the report. Are you with us, Michelle? Oh, it's loading.
Yeah, good evening, Chair. Can you see the screen right now?
Yes, you're a little faint. Could you turn your volume up on your mic, please?
Is this better now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, all right. Good evening, members. The site is outlined in red on this aerial photo, and an access to Forsham Lane also forms part of the application site. The proposal is for the erection of an agricultural storage building servicing the associated 6 acres of agricultural land at the host dwelling, namely the vines. The proposed building has a 12.1 meter by 9.1 meter footprint and incorporates a shallow pitch roof with an overall ridge height of 4.8 meters. The applicant has amended the external materials to timber boarding with a brick plinth in response to the request by the agricultural advisor. The building will be set back from the highway by approximately 60 meters, separated by the garage and main house of the host dwelling, which are approximately 25 meters to the front of the proposal site. Whilst the proposed agricultural building is used for private use rather than a rural business, the council's agricultural advisor considered it as a reasonable addition to the servicing and storage needs of the holding. Overall, it is acknowledged that the proposed development would be a new building within an open agricultural field. However, the building is considered to be a reasonable size for its purpose and sitting in proximity to the existing group of building. The existing landscape features are considered adequate to ensure the visual impact of the development is minimized. The visual impact has to be balanced against the benefits and the aims of sustainable developments to secure a long-term future for the rural communities. The visual harm of the proposed development is considered to be outweighed by the agricultural benefits that the scheme would provide. It is reasonable. The Chesterton Parish Council has retracted objection, and they are now satisfied with the size of the building due to the clarification of size of the agricultural land holding being 6 acres and not 2 acres. And they also suggest that a condition is imposed to ensure that the building remains for agricultural use only. It is reasonable to impose the condition on the use to agricultural use only to this agricultural building. And on this basis, I am recommending approval of this application, subject to the condition listed in the delegated report with the additional agricultural use restriction condition. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Right, Councillor Atkinson. Councillor Atkinson, you said you had some points.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I was trying to unmute, not very well. Right, thanks. Paragraph 2.03, it says the roof will be green. Well, there's lots of shades of green, and I would imagine that a darker shade might be preferable, so I think we need to make sure we get a decent shade of green. And going on to condition 4 on 23, on page 23, we've got the word or again, whereas I like to see that and it says installation of backbird boxes Well, again, it should be integral into the building, really. So it should be, in my view, Swift bat and B bricks rather than boxes. And then condition 7, it says the scheme shall use predominantly native species. I think it should be 100% native species with no sycamores and no plastic guards. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Seconded.
Right, I think we can agree with all of those points. Does the seconder wish to speak?
No, I don't. But I picked up that issue around the wording again in the condition, which I think is a retrograde step in terms of an area of design policy where Maidstone have been ahead of the game. And
yes, can we make it quite clear to officers again that we are not accepting this change in wording, and if there are any delegated reports in the system, they need to be changed back.
Yeah, I mean, it's a backward step. But anyway, but aside from that, and again, in such a rural location on an agricultural site as this, it needs to be 100% native, or it won't fit in with the local character, and there's the potential for invasive species in the countryside. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. I was sorry to interrupt when you were speaking there, rather rude of me, but I think we do need to stress once again, as this has happened twice this evening, that we are concerned, and we obviously wouldn't have picked these up on delegated decisions. So we really do want to restate the previous situation, regardless of how we got here. So, the motion, sorry, the report has been amended, and I don't think the officer has any problems with any of the proposed amendments. So I'm going to proceed to the vote on the recommendation as amended. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Atkinson.
4.
Councillor Brindle.
4.
Councillor English.
4.
Councillor Reeves. Councillor Reeves.
4.
Councillor Harwood.
4.
Councillor Kimmans.
4.
Councillor Menford.
4.
Councillor Parfitt-Reed.
4.
Councillor Perry.
4.
Councillor Powell.
4.
Councillor Spooner.
4.
Councillor Vizard.
4.
Councillor Wilby.
4.
Thank you, Chair. I'll make that unanimous, but I'll let Debbie confirm.
I agree, Chairman. 13 in favour, none against, no abstentions.
Thank you. It's always nice to have a unanimous decision, or several of them, in fact, as we have. Now we may have less unanimity on the next one, so we proceed to agenda item 70, which is Oakhurst, Starbridge Lane, Marden. And I call upon Mr. Bailey to continue to be busy and introduce the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, can you see my screen and can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you very much. So this is an application for, members will know it, it's been with you numerous of times. You can see on the bottom of page 51 how many times it's been with you. I've just got to go through some background detail, I think, if I just set the scene, if that would be okay. But this is an application for change of use of the land for the stationing of 18 holiday caravans with associated works, including the lay of hard standing and the bin store. So just go into the background information. At the meeting of the 5th of December 2019, members of the committee resolved to grant planning permission for the proposals, finding all matters acceptable, subject to the use of planning conditions. And this is set out, see Appendix C of the papers, page 86 of your report, and the urgent updates, Appendix D, page 97. This finding was based in part on advice from officers that was subsequently found to be unlawful, in that officers had informed members that they could not require appropriate design details of the lodges to be provided, nor exercise planning control over their design in deciding whether or not to grant planning permission. The planning approval was challenged in the High Court and subsequently upheld on the sole grounds that officers had misled members on the design matters of the caravans as quoted above. The approval was quashed and the matter remitted back to the local authority for a decision. An updated report taking account of the High Court decision was presented back to the committee on the 26th of November 2020, and this is copied as Appendix A, page 66 of your papers. This report was deferred for the following reasons: that the details of the design of the caravans be submitted, and previously only illustrative details had been provided, albeit it was stated that the caravans would be timber clad. Now you have full details of the caravans. Details of the electric charging points to be submitted, and details of a landscaping plan. The applicant then submitted details relating to the elevations, floor plans of the caravan, specification for electric vehicle charging points, an amended block plan, hard and soft landscaping plan, and a draft unilateral undertaking. And I'll go into that in a later date. It is these details that the current report primarily focuses on. However, all the preceding reports are relevant to the determination of this application. So that's just some background information for members, and I'll now turn to the report itself. So this is the application site. Members will remember that previously it used to include the whole site. There were concerns with regarding to having the whole site outlined in red. There was a negotiation to reduce the site area down to the site currently in front of you. And obviously, previously, back in 2019, the application was for 20 tourism caravans. It is now proposing to 18. The reasons for highlighting the blue land is this blue land, if members were to approve tonight, would be covered by the unilateral undertaking, removing permitted development rights as set out in the GPDO for exempted organisations to have their caravans on site. So this is just showing the existing block plan. So this is the site in context. You've got Oakhurst and the nearest residential property down here, and I'll come back to that later on in the consideration. So this is inside the site, looking along the western boundary, along here. So that's looking along this boundary down here. So this is looking along the southern boundary. That is the southern boundary along here. This is looking southwards along Starbridge Lane from the site access. Northwards from the site access. This is the eastern, so it's the rear boundary of the site, looking across over to here. And then this is the site access itself. So in terms of the proposed block plan, just to sort of give members some highlighting details, so you've got additional native planting hedging along this boundary. You've got the ancient woodland along here. It doesn't include this woodland, but the ancient woodland runs over here. And this is the 50-metre buffer area that was still part of the application, that as native planting along this area, the shading here. You've got the electric charging points shown, 2 electric charging points show in this location here. You've got low-level lighting bollarding shown in the little dots. There aren't any details supplied for that, and there is a condition imposed, and I'll come to that a bit later on. And you've obviously got the layout of the 18 tourism caravans shown in this area here. Turning to the landscaping scheme that's submitted with the application, set over here, unfortunately it's not as clear as it should be as the management and maintenance plan details, together with the planting details submitted here. But in effect, you've got this 50-metre buffer to the ancient woodland running along here. You've got a post and rail, 1.25 metre high post and rail fencing running down here, because the application site, this is the planning unit here, where you can see this site. This is not part of the application site, and if that were to ever be used, there'd need to be a separate planning application for use of this area. So effectively it's trying to sort of demarc the site area here, and the reasons why that was taken out, because that's on slightly higher ground to the site. And officers considered that the actual planning unit should be reduced in area. This shows the detail of native hedgerow gap filling in terms of the frontage hedging here, new hedging running down the side here, new hedging here, and obviously native landscaping within this area here. I can show members a more detailed blow-up plan if members want during the discussions on the application. And then this is the design of the tourism caravans. So you've got interlocking effect tiles. You've got horizontal artificial timber boarding stained of a brown colour. You've got 3-bedroomed lodges with kitchen, dining room, etc. here. So going back into, that's the proposals. Members will be quite familiar on that, but as I said, the key considerations that we were considering this time is the design of the caravans, the charging points, and the landscaping plan. So the key issues to consider are set out in the report and have been discussed previously at committee. However, to summarise, in terms of the landscape impact, with the native hedging and tree planting proposed by the landscaping scheme, it is considered that the proposals would positively integrate into the surrounding landscape, this fulfilling the key requirement of policy DM38 Part 1. In terms of biodiversity, no objections are raised by KCC Biodiversity Officer, which includes the 15-metre buffer to the ancient woodland, additional native landscape to the site boundaries, which will create a wildlife corridor allowing good connectivity for wildlife movement, and a general enhancement to the on-site biodiversity. In terms of layout and design of caravans, the detailed plans show good spacing of caravans around the front part of the site, with supplemental planting to the boundaries. All caravans would be of the same scale, design and appearance, with timber effect brown cladding, which is considered sympathetic to the locality in the rural context. These details can be controlled by condition, and that's set out on condition 3, page 60 of your papers. As such, your officers consider, with the additional details supplied, that the proposals would not appear cramped, prominent or visually intrusive in this countryside location. Other matters relating to the viability of the proposal, sustainability in terms of location, highway safety and the environmental impact, and by that I mean the EIA screening that was carried out under previous reports, these are all considered acceptable. Matters relating to residential amenity are considered acceptable as discussed in paragraph 7.04 of the report, with no objections being raised in terms of flood risk. And again, I'd refer to condition 7 of the report, which sets a minimum level condition. And no objections are raised by the EA or the lead local flood authority. Previous concerns relating to the wording of the suggested holiday condition were addressed by the High Court decision letter, and that's set out in paragraphs 8.02 of your report. The applicant has also agreed to enter and submitted a unilateral that removes permitted development rights under Schedule 2 Part 5 Class C of the General Permitted Development Order, and as I previously referred to, that's on the blue land, which is located to the east. And this effectively unilateral would prevent the use of this land by members of certain recreational organisations, and that's, for instance, the Caravan and Camping Club. The application is therefore considered acceptable. It complies with established development plan policies. The applicant has met all the requests as set out by members of this committee, and the application is therefore recommended for approval, subject to those conditions set out on your papers and the signing of the unilateral undertaking. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bailey. We have a number of statements. First of all, from the objectors, Mr. Shave. Members are comfortably able to refuse this scheme as it is contrary to local and national policies without any cost award risk despite the officer's recommendation. As you know, the development plan is made up of the Maidstone local plan and the Marden neighbourhood plan adopted in 2020. The Marden plan was written by those that know their area best. Its policy B1 says that development should respect and enhance existing village character and must be both visually and functionally sympathetic to existing styles and materials to maintain and enhance Marden's sense of place. The NPPF says in supporting a prosperous rural economy, planning decisions should enable sustainable rural tourism and leisure developments, provided such respect the character of the countryside, ensure it is sensitive to its surroundings, does not have an unacceptable impact on local roads, avoids any opportunities to make a location and exploits any opportunities to make a location more sustainable by improving the scope for access on foot, by cycling or by public transport. It refers to finding sites that are physically well related to existing settlements where they exist. We suggest 18 ground caravans with grey roofs will not comply. They will not respect or enhance local character or be visually sympathetic to existing styles and materials of Marden, nor will it be sensitive to its surroundings. The Marden Plan is the most up-to-date policy. There is nothing sensitive, sympathetic, well-related or high-quality design here to enhance or respect the local character of Marden. The impact to the amenities of Elmersea should not be dismissed just because it has a two-bedroom annex which is habitable accommodation like any other. The site entrance is close by at 15 metres with headlights, noise, fumes and disturbance, plus a bin store. The distances are small and the amenity harm very significant. NPPF paragraph 124 states development must make the places people live their lives better. It fails that test, which the Minister says is fundamental. It is unsustainable if it fails. Officers ignore amenity harm to Oakhurst House, just 10 metres away from the red line boundary, despite the correct test being the hypothetical occupier. You might feel paragraph 704 of the report inadequate, if not misleading. On highways, the NPPF test is to avoid unacceptable impact on local roads. This gives broad scope to refuse. This is a little used single track rural lane. The applicant proposes nothing to improve access without proposes nothing to improve access without carbon emissions. Whilst officers urge that just 2 EV charging points to visitor spaces suffices, not one of the 18 holiday homes will be provided with one. So automatically all these holiday makers will have to use polluting cars for the lifetime of this development. These mobile homes will not be sustainably constructed contrary to Marden Plan policy BE3. It all comes back to the simple point that the judge made. Do members think that this is the right thing in this place? Members are urged to say no. This remote location is unsustainable and contrary to the Marden Neighbourhood Plan policies, to NPPF 124, as well as the other policies in the Maidstone Local Plan listed in our written submission. And we move on to the statement by the applicant's agent, Mr. Nichols. Members will be aware that the only ground that was successful in the neighbours' challenge to Maidstone's original decision was a lack of consideration of the design of the lodges. But has now been addressed for the submission of full plans of the caravans, which would involve weatherboarding with a wood stain finish in combination with suggested condition 3. These details are not a departure from the details that were previously submitted, and it is therefore considered that such a design would ensure the development does not result in harm to the visual amenities of the area or the wider landscape. The officer's suggested condition that will secure final details of the external materials is entirely appropriate. In addition to the matter of design, the applicant continues to demonstrate a willingness to respond to members' wishes, having now submitted a detailed landscaping plan, details of electrical car charging points and a completed and signed unilateral undertaking. These additional details have been endorsed by officers, relevant consultees and your legal team. It remains the case that not a single consultee has objected to any aspect of this development. No relevant planning policies or material circumstances have changed that would justify the council concluding differently on this proposed development. It is relevant to note that the judge dismissed the neighbours' challenges against how Maidstone assessed the application in consideration of sustainability, the screening opinion, the holiday occupancy condition, traffic generation or permitted development rights as a fallback position, meaning all other aspects of the previous decision were assessed in a lawful manner. It is, however, noted that residents continue to object not just to the officer's recommendation, but to the finding of many of the technical experts, lobbying them in an attempt to change their minds, but without providing any expert technical evidence. It should be stressed that the officer is recommending conditions that will secure the submission and implementation of a detailed, sustainable surface water drainage scheme for the site, something that doesn't benefit the site at the present time. The development therefore presents an opportunity to address any flow southwards. Having demonstrated a willingness to cooperate with the wishes of officers and members throughout the process, and having addressed all matters raised both during the initial determination and as a result of that decision being quashed, we maintain that the principle of the development is acceptable and that this is an entirely appropriate development in this location in accordance with your development plan, and we would therefore encourage members to accept the recommendations of your officers. And that brings me to Councillor Burton, the visiting member. Over to you, Councillor Burton.
Thank you, Chairman and members. I think this is the fourth time that I've addressed you on this issue, and my position is unchanged. It is an unsuitable location. It's outside of our development plan. It's prone to flooding, and it has a significant impact on highways. But so far you've not considered to give weight to those reasons. But nonetheless, we find ourselves back here to make a fresh decision on the direction of the judge. And I would ask you to be mindful of the judge's directions of the scope that you have to make a new decision. Forgive me because I am going to repeat some of what the objector has already said, but I think that there is a significant material difference this time around, and that is the Marden Neighbourhood Plan. The Marden Neighbourhood Plan carries equal weight of our local plan. Because it's that important, I'm sure that you've all familiarised yourself with its key policies. But significantly, there is a policy there that says new development must be both visually and functionally sympathetic to the existing style and material. And the neighbourhood plan gives detailed illustrations of what is meant by that. And what I think I want to hear members of this committee say tonight is that based upon what they have before them, that the consideration of 18 tightly packed 3-bedroom dwellings with grey roofs of uniformity that you won't find anywhere else actually is sympathetic to the existing style and materials of the area covered by the neighbourhood plan. You know, if I can hear you say that, well, it'll be interesting. If you can't say that in your discussion, then you have material reason to refuse. The second point I'd like to make is concerning the electric charging points. You've got 18 3-bedroom dwellings. They're holiday homes. Perhaps they arrive on a Saturday empty in their electric vehicles, and there are 2 charging points, and these charging points will be the slow ones, and it will take, you know, all night to charge. 2 between 18 is not sufficient. If there were 2 rapid charging points and there was some sort of program to book, I could understand it. But, you know, the following week, fortnight or whenever, you know, 18 vehicles will want to leave with a full charge. And I do not see how there is sufficient provision with just two points. Finally, I do need to re-emphasise the amenity argument. Within 10 metres of an annex, which will be occupied, I accept what the officer says, it's in conjunction with the main dwelling, but if that is your bedroom and the headlights of the cars swinging into the site directly impact, you know, that is an impact upon amenity I don't think has been properly considered. And finally, for the sake of consistency, we have 18 3-bedroom dwellings, and I haven't heard mention of any renewable energy or solar PV. Members, I'm asking you for refusal. Thank you for listening to me.
Well, I don't see anyone else indicating, so I will start myself then.
Yes, I have, Mr. Chairman. My little phone is there.
Oh, right. Sorry, I thought that was relating to your previous remarks.
Just put it up, David.
After you, Councillor Parfitt-Reid, then.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, I think this is the 3rd time that I've seen this application, and as Councillor Burton has said, I don't think it is any better now than it was the first time I saw it. I mean, I'm looking at the sustainability in terms of location, and the paragraph that leaps out to me. The NPPF is also clear that planning decisions should enable sustainable rural tourism and leisure developments which respect the character of the countryside, which this proposal is considered to do. Well, I don't know if anybody's been down there. That is nothing like the environment. It is completely incongruous to what else is in Stylebridge Lane. I mean, it's very intensified. It's three bedrooms, 18 properties. I mean, and they're not caravans, they're lodges. I mean, and I think it's disingenuous to actually call them caravans, to be honest. There's the flooding issue, which again, I live here. I know what this road is like. It floods. It really does flood. The ditches are actually quite full at the moment, and we haven't had much rain. And the other issue that nobody seems to have raised is about the cesspool that's actually there at the moment, because that concerns me, because that's actually got raw sewage in the ditches at the moment. So from my point of view, I absolutely cannot support this application.
Members, we discussed all of the issues, well, almost all of the issues that women raised before, and it was notable that none of the consultees raised any of the issues and thought there was any problem. The judge has decided that the council did actually handle almost all of the issues correctly, and so it would take something new, in my view, to actually lead us to make a radically different decision. So the question, apart from the issue, of course, which was the result of which resulted in the quashing. So we have this issue about the design, and it is true that the Marden Neighbourhood Plan has been recently adopted. So that is a new factor, and it is something that should be considered, as is the design of these buildings. And indeed, Councillor Burton raised some interesting points about the electric vehicle charging points, and indeed the renewables issue. But it is actually quite hard to actually go back over issues that the work that this council has considered, and to actually come to a radically different decision, because we would need to actually say, well, hang on, why are we making a different decision? Except, of course, on that there isn't a new material consideration, policy consideration in relation to the Marden Neighbourhood Plan. So I am struggling with some of the arguments that have been put forward as to how they could be translated into any sort of decision. Councillor Atkinson.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm inclined to agree with what both Councillors Burton and Parfitt-Reid have said. I mean, Councillor Burton says there's 18 vehicles. Well, I suspect there's actually going to be more than that, because they're all 3-bedroom dwellings. So there'll probably be at least 2 or 3 vehicles for each dwelling. That's the first point I'd like to make. Now, on page 51 of the report, right at the very top, it says it's for the stationing of 18 holiday caravans. Okay, but if we look at page 89 of our report on paragraph 3.13, it says 5 of these caravans will be sold to private owners. So that suggests to me they're not going to be holiday homes, and that's kind of confirmed by the fact that there's no site office. Now, normally you'd expect a site office on a place like this, wouldn't you, if it's bona fide holiday homes? So I suspect it's not going to end up as bona fide holiday homes. And then a couple of points. If we are to approve this, I'd like to make the points on the conditions, like obviously no sycamores, no plastic guards, biodiversity, swift batten bee bricks. And also, on page 64, one of the informatives talks about, informative number 2 talks about it's an offence to destroy the nest of any wild bird. In the last couple of weeks, I've seen that developers have actually put netting over shrubs and trees to prevent birds from nesting there. So I'd like, if we're going to approve this, I'd like to see that informative amended so there's no netting put over shrubs and trees. And I think I had one final point, but I can't remember what it is, so I'll shut up for now. Thank you.
I'm sure you'll remember. Mr. Bailey, I think you might be a good idea to clarify a few things.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to point out with what Councillor Atkinson said. Can I just point out to members that the report that you're considering tonight, the principal report, is pages 51 to 65. What the officer has included is other reports that have been to committee, which are Appendix A to G. Councillor Atkinson referred to 5 lodges being sold. In terms of the issues, what we've got moving forward is you've still got that principle running, but members wanted to consider the design of the lodges, how an applicant manages the site in terms of whether they sell the lodges or they pre-order them. That was all set out in the viability issue. So you're right to consider that it is all the rest of the information contained in the report is material, but the key issues that members will consider tonight are contained in that main report on 51 to 66, albeit I have said all the information contained in the rest of the report is still material and still relevant to your consideration.
And Mr. Bailey, where would we stand in terms of amending the conditions to have additional electric charging points and possibly renewables?
I think if members consider that 2 electric charge poles aren't sufficient, then I think it's within members' powers to say they'd like to increase those. We have been going for a percentage of the overall numbers. If that's where members are looking at going, I think that could be reasonable. In terms of renewables, in terms of on the caravan roofs, that does become a bit more, because these are temporary structures, there are uses of the land, and that does become more tenable. I'm not saying members can't do that. It's just the fact, because they're a use of the land, they're not a building per se, they're a use of the land, that becomes slightly more problematic. But if members considered that was the key feature on that, then it is within members' scope, as long as they meet the 6 tests, as to whether they apply those principles.
Well, it seems to me a part of good design isn't just the look of the thing, it's how a building functions.
Correct.
Councillor Atkinson, did you remember what it was you wanted to come back on then? I did, yes, thanks very much. It's quite a minor point, but on the actual layout, where it says the thing about hedges, it says there's going to be a net-long guard. Well, net-long is plastic, so I think we should have some other sort of guard there if we're going to give this permission. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Councillor Powell. Councillor Powell?
Yeah, he's here now. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah. Sorry, this is going over old ground again, but I'm just a little bit concerned by the actual kind of drainage. I mean, are we going to have main drainage and main sewage? Because at the moment there's a septic tank on the site, so I would imagine all that work would need to be done again. But could you just confirm how that's going to be done and what impact it might have on the site? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Of course. If you can assist us with that.
I can, Chairman. I'll have to go back to the application form. So if you could carry on with questions, I'll see if I can establish how they're going to deal with that through the main application form. So please carry on the debate and I'll come back to you.
Right, okay. Well, I'll take Councillor Mumford.
Good grief, I've only indicated twice this time. Thank you. My point was...
I can wait, ask you to wait if you want, but I'm joking.
My points initially were charging points, and I think we all generally agree with charging points. We are in 2021. I think we should be looking at, I believe there's 8 parking places. We should be looking at 6 EVs and the other 2 enabled for the future. So, and the other discussion that was taking place was renewable. I wouldn't be looking for the roofs. I would be looking, is it possible to put something on the ground? Ground mounted solar panels. So there is something for the debate, but I would go for 6 EVs and the other 2 enabled.
Thank you for that contribution. Thank you very much, Councillor Mark. But anyone else wish to contribute? I'm not seeing anyone. Am I missing?
You're not picking me up.
John, once again, you seem to be having problems with the IM here. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be sharp.
No, that's all right. It's just you're not on this list for some.
Yeah, no, okay. I just wanted to a couple of things. I wanted Councillor Atkinson's original point about the 5 being sold. I thought was a very valid point, actually, and it seemed to alter the whole dynamic of the whole proposal. So that was one thing that still concerns me. The second point is, and I think this is one of the crucial points, is we do have a neighbourhood plan now, the Marden neighbourhood plan. This is mentioned by Councillor Burton, and I think it's been mentioned by others as well. To me, this carries a huge amount of weight, and I think this is a new factor in the whole consideration. And when you look at some of the policies in it, I mean, it talks about respect and enhance existing character. Well, I don't think this enhances anything. Actually, the design looks more like an army barracks to me, and I'm not terribly impressed by it. So I get the point about the charging points and all of that, but the basic principle of this seems to me completely wrong, and it contravenes the Marden neighbourhood plan, and I think that should be the basis, and I think that's a good basis for refusing this. It's completely out of kilter with the area, and I know that lane very, very well, and Councillor Parfitt-Reid is absolutely right, and it floods a hell of a lot. It's a ghastly road to drive up and down, and it's totally unsuitable. And it's very close to the Oakhurst. I forget what it's called now, but the building next to it is only a few meters away, and that seems to be complete. That's pretty unfair for someone living in there. So the whole thing, I think, is wrong, and I think we should refuse it. And I think the Marden neighbourhood plan gives us that option to do.
Well, the Marden neighbourhood plan may give us a ground for refusal in relation to the particular point of design, Councillor Perry, but the other issues were discussed. No consultees have objected, so we would have to show there's been that there is some sort of material issue, and we haven't been able to do so in the past, which is what. Now, it might be possible to argue, given that the Marden neighbourhood plan is new, and that we are looking at the design issues, that there is a design consideration that should be taken into account. But that doesn't mean you're taking into account all the other things that haven't changed since the previous committee decision. So I would ask you to untangle that, and also to possibly give us some reason, some of the rationale as to why it doesn't enhance or whatever, because we would have to demonstrate that in the modern planning system you have to demonstrate why something doesn't comply with a policy, and not simply state that the policy is that and a matter of opinion. So if you could give some thought as to why it doesn't enhance or whatever in relation to that particular policy point, it would be useful, because otherwise I think we would be on a bit of a hide into nothing. So I'll leave you to think about that.
Okay, I'll have to think about it. Thank you.
Any other comments from members or contributions?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I think I'm just waiting some information back from Mr. Bailey.
Yeah.
But while we're waiting for him, I mean, obviously the reports suggest that this is in a flood zone 2 area. I mean, we know that the highest level was it 3B, isn't it? Yes. And there's 3A before that. And I think the flood water in that area tends to be more surface than what the river belt when it breaks its banks and goes over there. So I mean, I don't like this application at all, to be quite honest, but I'm still trying to put it into context as well at the same time. And obviously, I'm a firm believer of neighbourhood plans. So if we can just wait for Mr. Bailey to come back, Mr. Chairman, I would appreciate that. Thank you.
I think we're going to have to, because I think the debate is more or less ground to a halt.
I can come back, Chairman. Maybe if I take the opportunity just to come back on some of those comments, if that's okay. To answer Councillor Powell's first question, the application says it's going to be dealt with by a packaged treatment plant for the foul sewage. So in effect, it's not a cesspool, so it will be effectively a treated system, which would then discharge either into ground, with details to be provided at a later date, either into ground or to a nearby watercourse system. So that's how foul drainage is proposing to be dealt with. And if I could just come back on in terms of the landscape issue, and obviously this landscape issue was set out in the original reports and was a matter that was actually considered in the judgment. I'm not going to go through the judgments that are in front of you, but I'm just going to go through what's set out in your reports. So page 54, 6.01, in terms of landscape impact, does sort of discuss what was originally set out on the original report to committee, 30th of May 2019, and it is material. A material consideration. It's not binding on members, that members resolved that they found the landscape impact acceptable on that particular point in time. Since that time, members have had detail of a detailed landscaping plan showing supplemental planting, additional gapping up of the hedgerows, etc. And they've got the design of the caravan. So as long as members consider that is a material consideration. I do accept on your screens in front of you is policy NE3 of the Marden Neighbourhood Plan, which sets out the details designed to integrate into their surroundings. But I would also refer you to consideration of this policy is set out by policy SP17. It is a countryside location to which SP17 does refer. And obviously that relates to harm to the character and appearance of the area, which your officer's report concludes that it doesn't harm the character and appearance of the area in the officer's view. Balanced against that, members also have to consider the DM, which was one of the primary policies as well, concerning holiday caravan and campsites, which is generally supportive of holiday caravans outside the settlement boundaries, which wouldn't result in unacceptable loss of amenity of the area, particularly on nearby properties, and would be unobtrusively located and well screened by existing or proposed vegetation, and would be landscaped with indigenous species. So the proposals that have been coming to members for numerous occasions have sought to address these particular details, both in terms of biodiversity enhancement, protection of ancient woodland, supplemental landscaping to the frontage of the site, to the northern and to the eastern boundaries. And obviously your officer's report considers that these details are now considered sufficient to mitigate those impacts. I think it's generally accepted that all caravans have a degree of harm to a landscape. I would be wrong by saying a degree of harm, because you get the G&T caravans, there is a degree of harm that arises from caravans. It's whether that degree of harm is mitigated in this instance by the additional details that have been supplied in this instance, with coming up with a more sort of rural design. You know the design of the caravans in terms of the screen in front of you. You know that they've been clad. You know, if members may consider that the artificial cladding, for instance, may not be satisfactory, and actually they want a timber cladding, I mean, that's up for members. But you have that detail in front of you. And let's not forget, these aren't dwellings, they are tourism accommodation to aid the rural economy. And that condition, again, was a condition that had went to the High Court, and the High Court judge, learned judge, found that that condition was acceptable to meet the terms of the policy. So I'll leave that with you, members. There is a sort of a balance and lots of considerations that you have to take into account in this decision-making process. The applicant has gone a long way to seek to address a lot of these issues, and members have sort of framed this proposal along the way to the point that you've got in front of you today. But please bear in mind that you are also, you know, the landscape character is not necessarily changing from the previous proposals, because that is set out obviously in paragraphs 6.01 of your report, and that does acknowledge that it will change the character of what is an open field. Thank you, Chairman.
Yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Bailey. I think Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
Happy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to just reiterate, really, that 18 identical closely spaced dwellings using these materials is against the Marden Neighbourhood Plan, and I don't. We can get away from that.
Why is it? I'm sorry. You need to say why it is. You can't just say it is.
Well, could you put the? I did actually ask for it to be put up on the screen.
What am I putting up? Sorry, Councillor Parfitt-Reid.
The Marden Neighbourhood Plan Policy BE1.
Sorry, you mean NE3? Is that the one?
That's not the one that was quoted in the objection. It was B1, I think.
But I mean, I don't know how much clearer I can be. Those materials.
Well, I'm sorry. Maybe I'm speaking Yiddish. What people need to say isn't that they think, as a matter of opinion, that this doesn't comply with the policy. Why doesn't it comply with the policy?
Because those materials are incongruous to the area.
Exactly.
Are they,
you know, they're identikit, 18 closely packed caravans, lodges, whatever we want to call them, and there is nothing like that in the existing environment. There's just nothing.
So, in other words, any caravan proposal in Marden is unacceptable?
No, because that would be a unique one caravan, and because all of the houses.
What you're saying there, Councillor Parfitt-Reid, is that any caravan site application, unless they're individual caravans designed, would be unacceptable as a matter of principle. I'm not saying you're wrong in that, but that is what you're saying.
Well, I think if we are, you know, it depends where in Marden, but in this particular area of Marden, you have got completely unique, different style houses. There's a little row of terraces.
Right, now we're starting to get somewhere.
You know, there's a little row of terraces. There's also there's an oast house. There's houses with gates and long drives. I mean, it's all of the houses are unique, and I think just putting something like this where they're tightly packed together, absolutely identical, it just doesn't fit in.
Well, that's exactly the sort of issue I was trying to tease out as to why it doesn't fit in, Councillor Parfitt-Reid. I'm sorry if I'm belabouring the point, but it is the pattern of development you have to relate to, rather than simply saying it doesn't meet the local plan neighbourhood plan policy. So if you see what I'm trying to say.
Yes. Well, hopefully I've articulated it a bit better.
You did at the end there, yeah.
Yes.
Chairman,
yes.
Could I just, I've put in front of you a Google Earth image. Can I just advise members, in terms of careful where we're going in this particular part, and I'm particularly zooming in on this caravan park, which is not too distant from the application site. Right. And you know, I just have to be careful in terms of members are saying, in terms of design, when as the crow flies not far over here, this is what you've got on site.
Is that a tourism site, James?
No, not my understanding. It's a caravan site. It's a G&T caravan site.
It's G&T.
Yeah.
But then it's the same principle. It's a caravan, and I've said caravans, and I think that's what the chairman was trying to allude to, that caravans by their very nature, do cause a degree of harm. But you can't just turn around and say, in this location, it's this designer caravan, when you've got not far over here, and you could probably drive in lots of areas where you see caravans in the countryside. So I'm just advising members, as I should be doing, in terms of any potential grounds, that they have to be reasonable in terms of what you're trying to argue. And, you know, you've got a tourism site, and tourism sites do have caravans on them. In every borough and location up and down the country, there are caravans. Members have got more control on this one, and have rightly so wanted to seek more control and get the design of these caravans.
But Mark, James, can I come in here? I understand what you're saying, but we now have a modern neighbourhood plan, which is relatively new. And this is subsequent to that. So surely the modern neighbourhood plan and its policies will have a material effect on us, and we must take that into account. It wasn't around when that caravan, that G&T site was put up.
I totally agree. Yes, Councillor Perry, you're totally right. It is part of the suite of the development plan policies, that modern neighbourhood plan, alongside the existing development plan policies that we have on site. All I've tried to do is emphasise that you do also have SP17, which is your countryside policy, and you've got policies DM1, you've got DM30, which all look at general design issues. And materially, members did find, which is a material consideration, previous applications that came to this committee in design terms, they found them acceptable, accepting what went on in the High Court judgment. But you now have those details. You could turn around and say you find those details unacceptable.
Well, I think that was what I was trying to say, that members, that is the only, if members are determined to refuse this application, it's the only ground really you can use, that you say, members would have to say, and I'm been trying to tease out the reasons for why it's unacceptable in design grounds. That would because it's going to be quite hard to argue that the principle of caravan development in itself is in the countryside is unacceptable. You have to look at the design impact on the landscape. Mr. Fitzpatrick, you've been wanting to come in.
Sorry, Chairman, my comment is simply this, that we've also got to bear in mind, if I'm not mistaken, the neighbourhood plan has to be in general conformity with the local plan.
Yes.
The issue that James, so when we're actually assessing this, James is right. What you possibly have here is some conflicting policies.
No,
but
no, I'm sorry, Russell.
Sorry.
I don't think you have a conflict in policy.
Right.
What you have is a question of nuance.
It is nuance, yeah.
And interpretation, which is not quite the same thing as a conflict. Now, I personally don't agree with the argument that's being put forward that this design is particularly substandard, but I think it's perfectly rational thing to try and argue that in the context of the overall planning suite we've got. I don't think it's an unreasonable proposition in itself, but the evidence has to be there. Councillor Wilby.
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, a lot of the debate I've heard so far is about the appearance of these buildings all being the same. So surely, as a condition, is it not open to us to say that we actually want a variety of buildings rather than one all the same? Or another option, as I think James has alluded to, is that we actually specify that we want them cladded in either different colours, or a slight, one option would be one in white cladding and one in black cladding, which you do see in the countryside throughout Kent. So there are some options that are open to us today to actually get some.
We could do that.
To actually get this through as such. I think the argument we keep going back to is that we should have a caravan park here. We've already said as a committee, as people have pointed out, that wasn't our issue. Our issue was the lack of design, and we have that, and we can comment on it, and we can make improvements to it. But I think going for straight out deferral would actually land us in hot water.
I don't think we can defer it.
Sorry, a straight out refusal. Sorry, Chairman.
I think, to be honest, a refusal would just amount to a lost appeal. But that's just.
I will second Councillor Wilby if he's moving that we do grant permission with the proviso that we have some difference in design or material colours to break up the development.
Chairman,
okay, I will propose that.
Could I just seek clarification on that, Chairman? Just to, are members happy with the artificial composite cladding that's suggested, or are members saying they want a timber-clad variance in colour between like a black stain and a white stain timber-clad? Because then that does reflect more of that kind of vernacular, and that's what's obviously in members' powers tonight.
I would say
that it's nearer to the modern design approach, and their neighbourhood plan to have it in timber.
Yes, Chairman. I would with that proposal. I am saying it needs to be timber.
And what about the PV, the electric charging points and photovoltaics, Paul? Oh, sorry.
I do think the PV does need to be increased. I take Councillor Burton's words. I do agree with them. That could maybe be a one rapid charging point and a slow charging point to get around it. And with the PV, you get some quite sustainable ones that can now form part of the roof if they're off to the back and not viewable from the road. I think there's actually a way to work them into the actual fabric of the building, to be honest. And with the charging points, you are going to need that micro generation to actually supplement them. So I would leave that to the officers to actually I could give the officers deferred powers to seek improved PV or sustainable sources.
Yeah, I think you mean delegated powers.
Sorry, Clive, it's been a very long day so far.
Yeah, I know the feeling. Okay, I think that's it. I don't think the officers will have a problem with that. Right, Councillor Vizard, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't want to go over the ground again, but Mr. Bailey did, on his earlier comments, was talking about the design, and on his last comment about the artificial cladding, that's the only thing that I would come back on. I wouldn't like to see brown plastic cladding on these buildings.
Sorry, you would or you wouldn't?
I wouldn't like to see brown plastic cladding on them.
Thanks, Brian. I think we go for timber then. Okay, Councillor Brindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was going to say exactly the same as Councillor Vizard said. I don't like the idea of plastic. I know it's maintenance free to a point, but if we're in the countryside, let's stick with something which is more in keeping.
Yeah, no, I think that's a fair point. Right, is everyone clear what the motion now includes?
I can go through that, Chairman, if members want clarity.
That would help.
Okay, so I've got no netting over the shrubs and trees as the informative, no plastic guards. I had 6 EV charging points from Councillor Mumford, plus 2 enabled for future use, although Councillor Wilby did include rapid, so I just need clarification on that one point. I've got renewables, so possibly PV on the ground, but delegated to officers to negotiate. And in terms of timber clad, not composite boarding, and a varying colour of black and white. And I was suggesting maybe members to add some variation of just natural timber. So there could be 3 variations there of black, white and natural timber if members are happy with that.
That's a good idea.
So just a clarification on the EV charging as to how you want it. Councillor Mumford said 6 EV plus 2 enabled. Councillor Wilby, it's just what you wanted to clarify on that point.
I'm happy to go with Councillor Mumford's suggestion and your suggestion about the natural timber as well.
Okay.
Okay, in that case, can I ask Mr. Fitzpatrick to take the vote, please?
Chair, sorry, I indicated...
I'm sorry, Councillor Atkinson, you've only just come up on the screen now.
No, there seems to be some delay there, isn't there? Anyway, Councillor Burton was saying that, I'm sure he said this, that there should be 18 electric vehicle charging points because there's 18 dwellings. So I think we should have 18 if we're going to go ahead with this. And I'm not sure if Mr. Bailey mentions the biodiversity on that, Swift batten bee bricks if possible. I mean, I don't know if they can be installed in this sort of dwelling, but they should be, I think. So thank you.
I'll add in bug hotel possibly and bee bricks. Would that address that?
Yeah, I think it would.
Okay. Yeah, I think
Sorry,
it might
Chairman, it's Debbie. Did Councillor Atkinson have points about his sycamores and plastic guards as well?
Yes, that was included earlier on, I think.
Yeah, I did say that. Thanks.
I heard James certainly mention the plastic guards. Anyway.
Yes, yeah. I've got those.
Okay, in that case, I'm moving on to the vote on the motion as amended, recommendation as amended. Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Chair, can I just get clarification that Councillor Harwood, who seconded it, is in agreement with those additional?
Fair point.
Right, I think we have to be reasonable about this. So I'm in agreement with Councillor Mumford's and I think Councillor Wilby's position on the charging points. And in relation to the features for wildlife, I think we're struggling a little bit because of the type of, the bricks wouldn't work because there are no bricks in this construction. So I think we need to be really careful with the wording that we do seek some integral niches for wildlife, and it would probably be bat tubes, I would have thought, would be the only thing viable in that sort of construction. But I think we give some flexibility to the.
Okay, fair enough. We lost Tony rather quickly there. Right. Okay. If you can take the vote, then Mr. Fitzpatrick.
Yeah, just before we lost Tony there, so I'm assuming that the bug hotel and the bee bricks thing is going, and it's going to be integral niches for wildlife, which is going to be delegated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's correct.
Yeah, sorry, there was a bit of a blip. I didn't go anywhere, but it might, yeah.
Right. Councillor Atkinson.
Abstain.
Councillor Brindle.
Against.
Councillor English.
For.
Councillor Reeves.
Abstain.
Councillor Harwood.
For.
Councillor Kimmans.
For.
Councillor Munford.
For.
Councillor Parford-Reid.
Against.
Councillor Perry.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against.
Councillor Spooner.
Sorry, Chairman, could you just go back again to Councillor Perry, please?
Yeah.
Councillor Perry was against. Councillor Powell was against. Councillor Spooner. Councillor Spooner.
Against, sorry.
Councillor Vizard.
For.
Councillor Wilby.
For.
I make that 6 for, 5 against, and 2 abstentions.
Well, I was right about lack of unanimity on that one, wasn't I? Okay, well
I can confirm that as well. Yes.
Okay, we move on to Amesbury Road, Coxheath, item 18. Ask the officer to introduce the report.
I've just given up the screens, Chairman, so we just let the officer set up.
Yes, of course.
Thank you very much. Jocelyn, can I just ask if are you okay sharing?
No, I've lost you, Dan.
If you have an issue sharing, you can come and sit in my desk and then take it from my screen.
Right, okay.
Sorry, members, we won't be long. Have you lost it? Okay, you can come and sit here. Right, sorry, members. Jocelyn Miller is just going to share my screen, so I'm just going to hand over. I'll just share it first, so bear with me. That's there, isn't it? Yeah. Right, members, if I can just confirm if you can hear me and see my screen. Yes? Is that a yes?
Yes, thank you, Jane.
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Right,
Bailey.
I'm just going to hand over to Jocelyn.
I can't see anything. It's not loading.
Using that. Okay. Okay, thank you. Sorry, hello members. Right, this is an application for 15 Amsbury Road. It's for the erection of one dwelling located to the south of Amsbury Road. It's not moving, James. Okay. The application was previously presented to the Planning Committee in 2016 and was subsequently granted. The aerial view, or you'll see here, the location plan shows the application site with the access running northwards to Amsbury Road. Sorry about this. Okay, the proposal is for a chalet bungalow at the southern end of an access road, which currently serves 2 dwellings. The proposal is to be located to the east of number 15. So that's number 15. The access road is here and the application site is here. So it's currently being used as residential garden land, and that's basically what we've got. It's a similar size to other properties, mixed properties in the area, and the recommendation is for approval.
Thank you very much indeed. We have a couple of statements. Firstly, from Coxheath Parish Council. Coxheath Parish Council wishes to maintain its objection to this planning application for the following reasons. This is a 4-bedroom chalet bungalow in what is essentially a back garden, and as such is considered to be out of character with the area and a gross overdevelopment of the site. The driveway to the proposed property is very narrow and will provide limited access to the site and could be a nuisance to the neighbouring property. Our understanding is that the proposed access would have to cross land owned by the neighbouring property, number 17. The neighbouring hedge at number 13 Amsbury Road, which restricts the sight lines for exiting the site. The design drawings indicate that most of the bedrooms on the first floor would be adversely affected by the angle of the sloping roof. The Parish Council, having visited the site, concurs with the views of the nearest neighbour that there will be significant overshadowing and loss of privacy due to siting so close to the boundary. For these reasons, therefore, the Parish Council politely requests that the Planning Committee consider our objections and those of local residents, and that the application is refused. And we have a statement from the applicant. This application duplicates 16507483 approved in January 2017. I was unable to take advantage of the consent before it expired, so I resubmitted to extend the time available. Being a duplicate and given the lack of any substantive change in planning policy, environment or reality of the situation, I was confident that this application would progress swiftly. I was ever surprised by the resistance experienced, the focus being unsubstantiated allegations of badger sets. The same allegation was raised in 2017. Badgers and bats are regularly seen on a proposed site, therefore an ecological survey is considered mandatory. These comments attracted little credence at the time, given the lack of evidence and obvious fact that badgers would not build habitats in domesticated gardens populated with dogs. On this occasion, though, still without any evidence, I was asked to provide ecology reports. This was done, and the conclusion unambiguous: there were no badger sets. For unknown reasons, this expert opinion was questioned, though. This response nearby successful applications where ecology investigations were perfunctory and unquestioned. In February, the Ecology Officer posted a memo on the portal to confirm that no further information was required. For no apparent reason, this was removed from public access and further investigation requested. Eventually, the Ecology Officer visited the site, confirming the absence of badger sets. Imagery is on the portal from Badgerland Co UK, showing sets are not only large but also clearly visible as ingress-egress removes vegetation around the entrance. Badger latrines are also extensive and uncovered, therefore it would be easy to provide evidence if they existed. This development benefits both the neighbours and council strategy, being an isolated position at the end of long back gardens not visible from the main road. This development increases housing stock with little impact. The garden ratios and matching construction make the new property look as if it's always been there. Given the plot size and planning feasibility, this site could potentially support 5 houses. By building a hardly visible chalet bungalow, this will discourage any further development into a congested site, therefore benefiting the neighbours. The objections raised on both this and the previous application are the same. The proposed build is the same. Planning policy is unchanged. The only difference is the passage of time. Therefore, I believe the planning opinion should reflect the same consistency, resulting in the same decision being made. Right, Councillor Parfitt-Reid, you're the local member. Hang on, yes, Councillor Parfitt.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, I feel I've been so negative tonight, but this is just another application that I'm just staggered at. I don't know how well people know Amsbury Road. Yes, it might be Coxheath Village, but it really is. It's the curtilage of the village drifting into a rural country road. The landscape of Amsbury Road is very much spacious bungalows on large plots, and there's a lot of greenery. And anyway, to get to this property, you have to go down a very narrow track. And then I don't even know, when I was stood there today looking at it, I don't even know how they're going to access this property, because there's a garage. And on the plans, to me, and I might be wrong, it looks like the drawing is actually wrong, because there's a garage there. You have to go down the side of the garage, and then there is the neighbouring fence from the Amsbury Road, not quite sure which number it is, their garden, then fence continues down. And then so you'd have to do a right-hand turn and then to get into the garden of this property. And, you know, to call it a bungalow, I did actually look up the definition of a bungalow, because it is 2 stories. And yes, technically it could be classed as a bungalow because the second floor is in the eaves, but it's completely out of proportion for the rest of the properties in the area. So and also I stood in a garden and I looked, and it is literally going to take up the most of the garden of the property in which it's going to be built. And to me, it just does not do anything to add to the street scene at all. The other question that I do want answered is, I understand that the Kent Fire Brigade actually said that it was not suitable because they would not be able to access it. And I just wanted to know whether that was actually official or not. So again, I just really don't feel I can support this application.
I'm a little baffled by one or two things myself. I mean, if this is the burden of Coxheath Parish Council's objection to this application, which appears to be similar to their objection, well, identical to their previous objection to the application that was previously granted, is that fundamentally it's in the back garden. So if it's in the back garden, how is it affecting the street scene? I'm not quite following the argument there. It's either in the back garden, it's isolated from the street, or it's in the street scene. It can't be both. And so that makes no sense at all. In terms,
sorry, I'll rephrase that. No, it probably doesn't affect the street scene, but it's completely incongruous to the rest of the properties in the street.
Okay, well, that's okay. That's a different point. So I take that. Right. I would say that there is a need for consistency in decision making, and I'm not, unlike with some other areas with new neighbourhood plans, Coxheath, I think there's still some way from adopting a new neighbourhood plan, unfortunately. So the planning background is the same as when the previous application was approved. Nothing else seems to have changed. So I'm struggling to see why we should reach a different decision on the merits of the case. So if someone can enlighten me, I'd be glad to hear, but I'm struggling with that one. Councillor Powell, please.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can I just clarify something that Councillor Parfit-Reid just mentioned about the fire engine? We had an application only a few weeks ago, which was, in my case, closer to home, where the word fire engine was brought up, and there was a letter that had to go to Kent Fire Brigade as number one as to how they would access the site and whether there would be a turning circle so they could get close to the property should there be a problem. Now, there was a letter that actually came back from Kent Fire Brigade in that case saying that there wouldn't be an issue. Have we got such letter for this application, Mr. Chairman?
Well, Mr. Bailey, have we got any comments on that? On the fire brigade access issue and other emergency services, I suppose?
I think I'll have to defer to the case officer on that one, because normally if Kent Fire Brigade have an issue with it, they do comment direct on the application. I can't see any condition, because sometimes if a fire engine can't gain access to the site, and sometimes in planning terms you might deal with it with a sprinkler system on site. Because that means that, I mean, they have I think it's a 40 metre or 50 metre distance in terms that their pipes can park. So I don't know where that distance is, but if I can ask the officer to confirm on that point, and then I can maybe elaborate a bit later. So if the case officer can address that point first, please.
Yeah, there aren't any letters from the Kent Fire Brigade to say whether the application is acceptable or not acceptable. There's no correspondence from them.
So then, members, thank you. So then, members, you're on a decision on that without knowing that particular point. On the previous application, and I'm assuming from the officer that the conditions are very similar to those posed on the previous one, and we didn't put a sprinkler condition on them. Can I just get clarification on that?
No, there was no sprinkler system on the previous one.
Right. So again, it goes back to a consistency issue. If that became a particular issue from members, then my suggestion would be that this application be deferred if that is a concern of members for safety. It's a relevant point, and officers could go and get confirmation from Kent Fire Brigade as to whether they can access it or whether they would recommend a sprinkler system. So that's an option open to members for, it is a point of safety, but I'm just pointing out, obviously it wasn't raised previously. It's the same access, same design as a previous application, and that wasn't put on the previous one.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to propose that actually in, obviously in the name of safety as much as anything. I think safety has to be one of our most important points now on any single application. And it was only because it came up a few weeks ago that and then Councillor Parfitt-Reid mentioned it tonight, that it's just sprung to mind. But I think we should defer this application, and I'd like to propose that we do. Thank you.
While we're at it, is there anything else that members want clarified? Just so that we can check. Anything else members wish to clarify?
Yes, yeah. Things have changed since it was approved. I see that we got one EV there. I'm happy with that charging point. But I would like to see, especially out where it is, renewables and an exemplar scheme as far as renewables are concerned. And something that was said by one of the councillors, can the officers confirm that this is within the boundary of the larger village of Cox Heath?
Okay, that's 3 points altogether. Anything else to include on the deferral? Otherwise, I'm going to the vote.
I
did mention it.
I indicated as well.
But is it to include items on the deferral?
Well, I would like to think so. Yes, I mean, it'd be my usual things about no sycamores, no plastic guards, and bee bricks without using the word "or" in front of bricks, and just on a sort of administrative point. Condition 11 is actually 2 conditions, so I think the ones after that should be renumbered.
That's a fair point. Right. Okay. Right. Final comment. I'm sure someone else mentioned.
Councillor Clements. Yeah. I just wanted to ask, because obviously what was said earlier about the fire pumps. They do have a 40-metre hose range. So is the property more than 40 metres behind the front of the property?
Well, that's something we'll need to examine as part of the deferral. Right.
What was that again? Could you say that again? And you cut out.
Just checking the distance as of the property. So.
Distance from where?
Well, the road.
Well, it's a complete dog leg.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I didn't mean as the crow flies. I mean as you would access it with if you were a fire tender. I mean that's part of the reason for the original deferral, wasn't it? Right.
Yeah, and it's also a long way from the fire hydrant.
Okay.
They call them officially.
Yeah, I know, but Councillor Parfitt-Reid, the fire tender can sit outside, and it has the hose to the pump. Another hose from the pump, so it's only you only measure from the pump, not from the hydrant.
Exactly. Okay. No, that's getting too technical for tonight. So we've had a motion to defer to look at the fire access issues. That'll be taken up as part of that discussion. Okay. I think we got all the points of deferral. Is that clear to you, Mr. Bailey?
Yes, Chairman. I've got them.
In that case, I'm putting that to the vote.
Councillor Atkinson?
4.
Councillor Brindle?
4.
Councillor English?
4.
Councillor Eaves?
4.
Councillor Harwood?
I think he had to step out from this.
Councillor Harwood left.
He had to take a work call.
All right, okay, thank you. Councillor Commands?
4.
Councillor Manford?
4.
Councillor Parfitt-Reid?
Abstain.
Councillor Perry?
4.
Councillor Powell?
4.
Councillor Spooner?
4.
Councillor Vizard?
4.
Councillor Wilby?
4.
Thank you.
I make that 11-4, 1 abstention, and I don't want to say 1 no-show, but...
No, well, One temporarily absent. Thank you, members. That deferral is agreed. Now there will be a 5-minute break while I and anyone else who needs to go and visit the facilities.
Atkinson,
Present.
Councillor Brindle,
Present.
Councillor English,
Present.
Councillor Eaves, Councillor Eaves, are you here?
Come back to that in a minute.
Councillor Harwood, are you with us now?
Apparently not.
No. Councillor Kimantz,
Yeah, present.
Councillor Mumford,
Present.
Councillor Parfitt Reed.
Present.
Okay. Councillor Perry,
Present.
Councillor Powell,
Present.
Councillor Spooner,
Present.
Councillor Vizard,
Present.
and Councillor Wilby.
Present.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mrs.
Do we have
Snook.
Councillor Eaves? Is he with us now?
Yeah, Councillor, yes, sorry, I am present.
Oh, good.
Oh,
And we haven't
excellent.
got Councillor Harwood yet. Okay,
No,
thank you.
no, he's obviously had an emergency.
Thank you.
It's the problem with emergency planning. Right, move on to agenda item 19, Ash Gardens, Lenham Road, Headcorn, and I call upon Mr. William Fletcher to introduce the report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay, the application before the committee is a retrospective application seeking permission to change the use of the land indicated for the siting of one mobile home, one touring caravan, and the erection of one utility room for travel occupation. The application site is located approximately 1.5 miles outside the settlement boundary of Headcorn, in the countryside and in an area with a mix of traveller sites and the settled community. Just to overview the site, this is the access looking north. Perhaps just in the distance, you might be able to just make out the site further to the northwest of the application. It's a site entrance with a closed boarded fence and some planting. Further view to north, it's adjacent to the application site with the other larger site in the distance. There's a view of the application site. The view facing north, there, and you can clearly see the Meadows site to the northwest. And then a view of the site from the Meadows. As is detailed within the report, the planning history in the area is complex, with a number of temporary permissions, ongoing appeals and enforcement actions, as well as an inquiry still awaiting a start date. The current application site forms part of the land that was included within the application site boundary for a 2017 planning application, which was allowed at appeal for 2 mobile homes and 2 day rooms. Since the appeal decided in 2019, the larger site has been subdivided. On the earlier approved plans, the land forming the current application site provided a wildflower meadow. The applicant has provided evidence regarding the occupant's gypsy and traveller status. This is detailed within the officer report, but to summarise, the current occupants of the site are the applicant, 4 children and her brother. Children attend local schools and use local health facilities. The applicant's brother lives with and supports her both financially and with her children, and has maintained a nomadic way of life for economic purposes, staying away for single weeks at a time in order to assist with childcare. The family maintain a nomadic way of life during the summer months in order to maintain the children's education. As well as the benefits to the children of having a settled base, there are also detrimental health impacts from living a roadside existence. These issues would be eased by having a settled base. As is detailed within the report, when assessing appeals in similar situations, planning inspectors have given the needs of children very significant weight. Moving on to a visual assessment, the mobile home itself is a single-storey building with a shallow gable-ended roof. It is 10.9 metres in length and 3.9 metres in height, clad in white weatherboarding with a slate-coloured roof tiles similar to the mobile on the site to the southeast. Whilst potential views of the application site would be most likely from adjacent gypsy and traveller sites and the access road, as site photos indicate, the site is bordered by a 2-metre high closed boarded fence. There are no public rights of way in the immediate vicinity of the application site, and no significant public views into the site itself. The only views onto the site would be from the Meadows paddock, or if someone chose to walk up the access road. The visual impact assessment within the report is on the basis of surrounding gypsy and traveller development. Whilst it is considered that the caravan is included as parts of the current application do not have a harmful impact upon the visual amenity of the area, the weight given to surrounding sites must be taken into account, their temporary nature. In the appeal decision related to this site, the inspector notes, I was provided with a table and plan showing the history of the other sites, and a majority of these are unauthorised or have temporary permissions. Furthermore, this cluster is not to an extent that such development has become a predominant element of the overall landscape character, and I thought the presence of the potential unlawful and temporary sites little weight. Despite this, the site is situated some distance from Lennon Road, and the closed boarded fence to the northwest of the site means that the site has little visual impact for the most part. Only the tops of mobile homes are visible from the Meadows paddock. Views are restricted by neighbouring gypsy and traveller plots, and the site is not prominent when viewed within the context of other development in the area. Any views that would be possible are glimpses. As detailed within the report, the development is not considered to have a detrimental impact upon neighbouring amenity or highways or any other aspect. Our representations have been received with photos raising concerns regarding alleged antisocial behaviour on site. The proposed use is residential, and there is nothing to indicate that the site would cause a loss of amenity in relation to antisocial behaviour. Moving on to ecological impacts, our local and national policies seek to ensure proposals make net gains to biodiversity. The current application is retrospective, and as such this would include the gravel surface the development is located on. As part of the previous permission, the application site was shown as a wildflower meadow. The appeal relating to that decision considered this to be an environmental enhancement and was conditioned. Although it should be noted that it is not certain whether or not this was ever carried out. It is not possible to return to the status quo of a wildflower meadow. Whilst it was considered to represent an environmental enhancement and was conditioned, the inspectorate's decision did not hinge on securing this. The development at Three Gardens has also resulted in the erosion of the wildflower meadow. With the officer report coming to a similar conclusion as the inspectorate regarding the harm to the character and appearance of the area. But in the conclusion, and perhaps reflecting the inspectorate's reason, if permission is refused, it is likely that the applicant would have to live a roadside existence, and it is likely that this would harmfully interfere with the care and education of her children, as well as the employment of her brother. And therefore, on the balance of weight, the presence of the wildflower meadow is not attributed more weight than the needs of the applicant. To conclude, the officer report has set out the planning history of the application site and the history relating to neighbouring sites. In reaching a conclusion on the current proposal, the decision maker has to take into account the possibility of neighbouring caravans being removed from the site. This was confirmed in the Blossom High Court decision, which found that if potential change to the character of an area needs to be assessed, if the council took action or if temporary permissions expired. If all neighbouring caravans without permanent planning permission were to be removed, the application site would still be screened from Lennon Road by existing landscaping, and a planning condition is also proposed to provide additional landscaping. Additionally, significant weight must be given to the needs of the applicant and her family. On this basis, and on balance, an approval with conditions is recommended. Thank you.
Thank you. I've got a couple of representations. First of all, Ms. Norris for the objectors. We are writing on behalf of our clients who own and run Fiddler's Green Stud, an equestrian business specialising in the training of dressage horses and riders. Daniel Watson competes at international level. Daniel and his partner Craig Messenger have written to NBC to object to the site at Four Ash Gardens immediately next door being granted retrospective planning permission for a traveller pitch. The objections result from the constant problems arising from the neighbours' antisocial behaviour, raw sewage spills onto the Fiddler's Green land causing pollution and smell. There is noise, rubbish and verbal and physical abuse. The visual impact is not acceptable. The traveller site impacts to a very great extent onto the amenity of Fiddler's Green. It is ironic the council is seeking to approve this application when there is no real proof there is a need for any more pitches. The officer's report notes there is a 7-year supply in the borough, well above the target. The personal circumstances of the occupiers are noted but not overriding. The Meadows site close to Ash Gardens is the subject of a planning inquiry due to be heard in November, where I'm a witness for both local residents and the parish council. Our research for this site shows some pitches were spare and available to rent. It is wholly inconsistent and dishonest for the council to endorse this application while investing considerable resources to fight the appeal for the Meadows. The reason the situation has arisen at all is a lack of action on the part of the authority. The officer's report refers to the temporary pitches, but in reality temporary becomes permanent because the authority is too weak to take action. Planning conditions are similarly ignored. As the Council is aware, the National Planning Policy for Gypsy and Traveller sites specifically states sites should be located closer to services, not in open countryside. The cumulative visual impact of the site is overwhelming in what was once an attractive area. A high close boarded fence as an urban feature should not be a way of justifying this wholly inappropriate development. We suggest the members of the Planning Committee come and look for themselves at this appalling mess and take a firm stand against approving this application. We have a statement from Oldcombe Parish Council. Oldcombe Parish Council fully supports the objections made by Headcorn Parish Council. We would add, we disagree with the Planning Department's conclusion that the development would not harmfully impact upon the amenity of neighbouring residential properties, I think that should say. The neighbours themselves are in a better position to judge this, and their objections are on the grounds of the harmful impact upon their amenity. Agreeing an application conditions often results in the conditions being unenforced and is not a satisfactory result. Neither is screening a solution to an application that is harmful to the countryside and to neighbours, particularly as most screening is deciduous. Policy DM1 states that the application must respect the amenity of neighbouring properties. The early application was refused by NBC in 2018 because the applicants could not prove need nor gypsy and traveller status. This has not changed. It was considered contrary to DM 1530 and SP 17. The Inspectorate agreed the appeal against this decision and found that the development would cause harm to the character of the countryside. However, there was a lack of suitable sites. This has changed, and not only does NBC have more than a 5-year supply, but it has in 2020 already agreed permanent consent for 226 gypsy and traveller pitches, which is greatly in excess of the target of 187 pitches by 2031 in Policy SS1 of the local plan. The committee must look beyond the individual planning application and look at the cumulative impact. Mr. Jarman has always considered the cumulative impact an issue that needs to be considered. It is therefore misleading to the Committee for the Planning Department to say that one mobile and one touring caravan and one day room does not dominate. The committee has to see domination in the context of the cumulative effect of all its recent individual decisions. Within 5 miles of Oldcombe Parish boundary, there are now over 250 traveller caravans, which is over 1% of all traveller caravans in England. This has resulted in a cumulative social impact and visual effect in the countryside generally, and the LLV in particular. The interpretation of Article 8 of the Human Rights Act needs to be clarified. It is a qualified right, not an absolute right, and a public authority can sometimes interfere with an individual's right to respect for private and family life if it's in the interests of the wider community or to protect other rights. We urge the committee to refuse this application. That was Oldcombe Parish Council. Now, I'm not seeing many indications here. Anyone wishing to speak on this? Right, in that case, I will just say that
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, sorry.
Yes.
I did indicate it probably hasn't come up on your...
It's not come up at all at the moment.
No, it's... Sorry, you go ahead, I've interrupted you.
Councillor Powell, I'm quite happy for you to go.
Oh, right. Yeah,
And I've got John Perry has just come up as well. So it's
Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, I'm extremely concerned. It's a shame there's no ward members here tonight to actually give us further clarity, because I think Councillor Round has got a full understanding of this area, and I think he's bashed his head against the wall I don't know how many times over the years, and in most cases I've fully supported him. But there is a major issue in the whole of the Lenham Road area, and it is something that, sorry, I don't know whether I'm right to say this, but I think as a council, I think that we've got to look in the mirror here to say, look, there's people getting kind of granted permission in certain places. There's others that are not. There's others where there's applications are being subject to enforcement. We've got which will end up being an inquiry with regard to the meadows. I think there is something here whereby, as an authority, and in terms to this planning application which is coming before us, is to say that we do not do anything until after the inquiry for the meadows, because what is going to happen there, that will set the scene for any further development upon this road. Now, in terms of the application tonight, it's no different to any other place that's down the Lenham Road. They're all overlooking exactly the same area. They're all coming up with exactly the same planting or non-planting schemes. Yes, I'm very, very concerned about the children and the local schools that they attend, and the fact that they need their work, and they spend X amount of weeks away each year. I'm not disputing any of that at all, because that is the nomadic way of life, and it would be unfair for me to say anything else. But I think that this particular application and the whole of the Lenham Road area needs something. We need to issue a statement from this council to say either no more planning on the Lenham Road area, and we make our voices known to government, or we accept anybody that's been there for the last 2 years, but no more, and don't send the applications in. I know it sounds a bit heavy, Mr. Chairman, but I'm just looking at this application tonight, because I could say yes to it because somebody else down the road has recently got permission, or I could say no to it because somebody else down the road's been turned down. And that's where I'm on this particular application. I just don't know at the moment, so I'm hoping somebody else could enlighten me. But thank you.
Well, there could possibly be an issue of consistency. So we do need to address that point. What I would say is, what we can't do is say that as a planning authority, we're not going to determine applications as they come to us. We may refuse an application, we may look for conditions, but we can't say we're not going to determine them, unfortunately, because all that would result in is an appeal for non-determination, which would result in the application being determined, just not by us. What I would say is also that historically we have had and most local authorities have had absolutely no success whatsoever with the cumulative effect argument. So, but there are, as you rightly say, issues of consistency as to approach in this area, and also the issue, I think it's a fair point, is I'm not happy with just saying, well, we had conditions on the previous application, they weren't met, and now we can't meet them, and we shouldn't be trying to meet them, because if we actually did think landscaping conditions were necessary here, why are they suddenly no longer necessary? So I think that, without saying that this should be a refusal, I'm not happy with a drift of a report that says, well, we thought conditions were important, we didn't get them, didn't happen, so now they're not important anymore. So I think that's an issue we need to explore. Mr. Perry?
Thank you, Chairman. What you just said was what I was going to comment on as well, because for me, let me go back to Australia. I agree a lot with what Councillor Powell said as well. This whole thing is just, dare I say, a mess. It goes back a number of years. It involves a lack of enforcement, a lack of consistency, and you're right there as well. We've allowed, and the cumulative effect, I know we don't win on it, but it is very, very important. And when I read in the report, one extra pitch won't really make much difference. That is completely wrong, because in fact it can be the tipping point on the whole thing. I've seen this time and time again. It's just a muddle and a mess. And I think one of the big issue, and we can put all the conditions, as you quite rightly say, and they haven't been enforced in the past, but that doesn't mean, you know, we shouldn't be trying to enforce them, because that is the big issue, I think, here. And when I looked at this, my heart sank really, because I mean, para 6.14 immediately comes out with the family issues, doesn't it? They've got the children. I understand that. They normally have a relative who's not very well. I'm sorry to sound that this sounds a bit cynical, but you know, they know G&T know how to game the system. It's as simple as that, and we've seen it time and time again. And it comes for our glorious inspectorate, who'll always pass it. We can have all the policies in the world sitting in front of us, but you know, this is the big one, the one does carry weight. It's the one thing I agree in the report, and that's just been said. We just don't win on it. You know, it doesn't mean we shouldn't carry on sorry, I'm not being very clear. I still think it doesn't stop us from refusing, but it is extremely depressing, this, I have to say, and I would like to find some means of refusing this, because I just think the Lenham Road is an absolute mess. It's even worse than Maplehurst, and I'm in my ward, and that takes some saying. And I wish a representative from Hecorn was here, because I think they would say it a lot better than I'm saying it. But I mean, this is just it's just adding to the problem in this area, and the cumulative effect is critical. You can't. I know Spectorate may dismiss it, but the residents and people who live there know that this is a big issue, and we need to resolve it somehow. So I may come back, but for the moment, that's what I wanted to say.
Well, what I would say, Councillor Perry, is if there is a refusal, it will probably have to be on another grounds. Councillor Mumford.
No, you're right, Chairman. You are right. I mean, yeah, I understand that.
Councillor Mumford.
I'm here to look at policy, and I'm very peeved that we're taking the loss of a wildflower meadow that would have been given a lot of credence when that application went through, that we're now happy to lose it. I don't like the boarded fence all the way round, and it actually says in DM15 that landscaping features should have a prospect that such features have long-term retention. Well, I'm not sure that a fence does. You use planting to supplement the existing landscape, not as the sole means of mitigation. That fence seems that it's the sole means of mitigating the landscape. When you're talking about cumulative effect, you have to take that and the impact of this development in combination with existing lawful caravans. And if we're talking about the meadows, then we can't do that until the meadows has been decided. So probably that one we would have a case to defer on the cumulative effect, because we don't know what the meadows is going to do. But I'm not happy with that wooden fence. I'm not happy with the cumulative effect. Yeah, I'm not happy with the loss of a wildflower meadow. And also, I'd like the officer, I can't find it in the report, they should have access to services, preferably on foot, cycle or public transport, and that's school, health and shopping facilities. Has this got that? I think we need to look at policy. I think we need to actually apply our policy. But until the meadows is sorted out, we can't judge this one on the effect it will have. and the officer spoke about landscaping. I'm not sure what he meant, but that's where I'm sat anyway.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, Councillor Mumford, we probably do have to determine the application because we don't know how long the Meadows is going to be. It could be a long time. Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Chairman. A couple of points that I'd just like to raise. I mean, firstly, you're right to say, I mean, obviously in the consideration, anything that's unlawful, members in effect have to discount and treat it as open countryside. So the back of the Meadows is unlawful. In terms of assessment purposes, you can't consider that as a caravan site or a G&T site. You have to consider what its lawful use would be as an open countryside, and that goes for anything unlawful that you're considering in the application. So I 100% agree with you, Chairman, that you shouldn't be sort of waiting for the decision on the Meadows. You should just regard it that is not lawful and it's countryside. Turning to the other points, I just wanted to pick up in terms of what the planning inspector said, and it kind of endorses what a lot of the members have already been saying. The inspector didn't like the fencing, and what and I quote from here, paragraph 19 of his statement of the inspector's decision, the appeal site, and this is the site, the wider site, so just bear that in context. The appeal site is set behind an existing hedge and bank, an additional irregular planting of laurel. Behind the existing post and rail fence is entirely sympathetic to its rules. The close boarded fencing along the site boundary with the access to a site known as the Meadows is, however, overly prominent, and the parties agreed that this could be moved to allow a hedge to be planted. So the inspector acknowledged that, and I think in this decision the inspector came down in terms of landscape, because this is a landscape of local value. The inspector concluded on the wider site that the proposals would cause harm to the character and appearance of the area, and considered that its ordinary meaning this would be sufficiently great to be worthy of attention and would therefore be significant. And he found conflict with policy DM15-2, DM30 and SP17. So members would be within their rights to find a similar ground on the basis that it was previously harmful, it was mitigated for wildlife planting and for the conditions that were previously imposed, and members could say, well, they haven't been met and this one causes further harm. So they would be justified in doing that. But my point in this one is members also have to consider the issues that arise and the very significant weight that members will have to go to the needs of the children, because there are 4 children on this site, and members in balancing that exercise will have to give the very significant weight to the needs of those children. On the site to the south, the inspector granted a temporary consent, personal, named to those individuals. Now, if members, whilst we turn around in reports to say because we have over a 5-year supply, the PPTS's consideration, and it says, which is the material consideration that says you should give weight to a temporary permission if you haven't got a 5-year supply, we normally turn around and say that doesn't apply, so then we won't need to grant temporary consent. But in an instance like this, where you've got a balancing exercise to weigh here, members would be in their grounds to acknowledge the fact that there is significant harm, as has already been identified, but they've got to balance that against the very significant weight for the needs of the children on this site for a settled base. So members could, in that instance, turn around and say, well, it doesn't warrant a permanent permission, but members could say, well, it warrants a temporary permission and a named permission, and that in effect may link up further with the GTAA that is being currently conducted, and further work is being conducted for the current local plan. So if members were minded on that, they've also got an option, they could refuse it outright. But I'm also suggesting an alternative that members may want to look at, if they're minded to do that, on a temporary consent named and a personal consent whilst we move into the local plan review. So I'm just giving members the various options.
Just a question, James, Mr. Bailey, sorry. Is there still scope on that site for landscaping?
Well, the inspector considered it, and I'm just going back to, because you know it is very relevant. This previous decision.
I need to follow, and I didn't quite follow from the officer's report why we're saying that this site can no longer be effectively landscaped.
Well, in terms of a personal view, conditions are extremely important. This is an LLV, landscape of local value. Conditions are important. Otherwise, why do we put them on?
So
I think yes is to your answer.
On to say is it's very hard to impose a landscape condition of any durability on a temporary consent.
The inspector did that, Chairman.
Yeah,
and the inspector did do that on this previous consent, and the conditions on the previous consent, which I'm looking at now, and I'm quite happy to share with members. The inspector clearly said, and I'll quote on some of his conditions with regard to the landscaping. Let me just, okay, condition 5, he said, within 1 month of the date of this permission, a scheme of additional landscaping shall be submitted for the approval of the LPA. The scheme shall include the retention and future maintenance of the existing planting around the site and its road frontage, seeding of the relevant parts of the appeal site with grass and wildflowers, and shall provide for additional native hedging planting along the site's southwestern facing boundary along the driveway with the meadows. Once approved, the landscaping shall be carried out within the next available planting season. So to say, I would normally say, is it reasonable to impose and meet the conditions? But I have to draw to members' attention, this inspector granted a personal temporary permission for 3 years and still required that landscaping. So if you're asking me as a professional advisor, the inspector said it met the tests. I would have to say to members, if he found that reasonable, I would have to find in the same ground. This decision is material.
Well, I can't see why we would do anything different than the inspector then. I can't see why we would grant a permanent consent without lower quality of landscaping. So that's my view.
That is available to members to, you know, if they didn't want to refuse it, and there are grounds to refuse it, but if you do refuse it, members, you must give very significant weight to the needs of the children and the needs of requiring access to education in a settled base. As long as you do that, you will comply with the law.
What I'm saying is that I think it would be reasonable to argue that the inspector took the view those things should happen. This isn't what the application is for. If they want to resubmit an application along those lines, that's another issue, but that's not what the application is, which could refuse it on the grounds of consistency with the material consideration of the inspector's report.
Yeah, you could do it. You would do that on the basis of landscape harm, wouldn't you?
Yes.
But as I say, I don't want to repeat what I've said. As long as members give very significant weight to the needs of the children. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm saying obviously in that we would have to take that into account, but the inspector still thought those were important factors. Right, I'm sorry, I've talked a bit there, but I did want to draw that point out. Councillor Brindle.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Bailey, can you confirm that this is or not that this is a retrospective application?
It is.
Right. Whilst I have every sympathy with the family, the children especially, we sit on this committee and we look at so many G&T and travelling people applications, and some of them have been retrospective. Is there not a way that we can insist or get the way that applications should be considered through to this group of people, so that we're not? I hate retrospective applications, always have done. I think it's a backdoor way of getting approval. And I think if we can't find, with our links to the representatives, a way of trying to inform the G&T and traveller fraternity that we must have them up front, not retrospectively. I know it's nothing to do with this application per se, other than the fact that this is retrospective, but I just think we must try and find a way to enforce or instruct or educate this group of people on the ways that things should be done. Thank you.
Members are entering dangerous ground here.
Chairman,
Why?
it is a relevant point to add that is a material consideration for intentional unauthorised development as set out by the written ministerial statement. So that is a material consideration. That's what the government imposed, I think,
It is not directed at any particular section of the community, and we need to make that absolutely clear that retrospective applications can be reprehensible from all sorts of people.
Yes, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to infer that it is only Gypsy and Traveller fraternity that do them. We see them as most other members will do in our own wards a lot. But I think I don't know what we can do. There's probably nothing, but something somewhere must be possible.
Well, it would be nice if the government took action on retrospective planning applications across the board, but we'll come back to that another time in another committee, perhaps. Councillor Wilby.
Thank you, Chairman. It was just touching on what James was on about we could possibly grant temporary control. I think we all know if we refuse this, we will probably lose it at appeal. Or at least with approving it with conditions and underneath the temporary license, we actually stand a chance of actually maybe waiting until that judicial review or whatever that comes out. So, we've heard lots of discussions about why it shouldn't happen. However, no one's actually put a good reason forward, unless yourself is going to do that. I think we try to work as much as we can with them and try and get that street scene improved with hedge planting, and we grant a temporary license or the temporary occupants for 3 years and make it personal. And then when that review comes back, if they say put the meadow in, then we actually have a reason to refuse what they've done.
I would say we have in the past, Mr. Bailey, had a situation where the permission lapses if the landscaping, for example, isn't done. And would that help?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, the inspector, bizarrely on this previous one, didn't do that. But you can have it, call it as fall away permission. You can have that put on as a fall away. I don't see any reasons. I mean, obviously on the basis of this one, you're granting a temporary consent on the basis, I presume members, if they were to grant a temporary, would be granting it purely on the basis of the exceptional needs of the children and only for that. So I suppose, there's still a requirement to comply with the condition. You've still got a breach of condition notice you could serve. But yeah, that's really down to members. But I think if members would need to be very clear that they either may say there is landscape harm, which would normally warrant a refusal, they're only granting a personal temporary consent because they've taken account of the very exceptional circumstances, the needs of the children. They're doing that for 3 years. However, they still want the landscaping. I think that's perfectly legitimate. Whether it's legitimate to have the fall away provisions in place because you're taking account of the needs of the children, that could become a bit more complex. Not what the inspector did, but I'm advising members, if they feel that that's necessary on a fall away provision, then that's up to members.
I'm inclined to think it might be. Anyway,
Mr. Chairman, can I make a proposal?
Yes, you can, Councillor Mumford.
That we grant personal temporary permission on balance because of the needs of the children. We're doing it because of landscape reasons, the damage to the open countryside, because of the fence, and on that temporary permission, I'd like to put the condition similar to what the inspector did on his condition 5, that the fence is moved back to allow room for landscaping, and anything else that you feel needs to be added to that.
I'll second that, Chairman.
Okay.
The only thing I'd like to add, Chairman, is that the planting be of native species and not laurel
Oh, blimey.
Okay, no sycamore either, presumably.
Yeah.
Okay, that's been seconded. Anyone else wish to speak?
I was going to.
Yes. Oh.
Yeah, I wanted to speak as well.
Yeah, Councillor,
first, John.
I've got Councillor Perry and Councillor Powell, and that's all I'm going to take unless it's anything substantive. Councillor Perry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like these temporary permissions. I think it's a mess we've got in with, and also making them personal. I've attended enough committee meetings to know now that that doesn't carry a lot of weight either. But in this case, if we refuse, presumably the issue of the children would still be an issue, wouldn't it? So
Yeah.
And that's what's bothering me. And I know, and let's face it, all of us know what would happen. So I'm reluctantly, because I don't like temporary permissions. I think as they're a cop out most of the time, and they get ignored anyway half the time and are not enforced. But nevertheless, I think in this case, I think it's the only option probably sensibly and pragmatically left to us. So I support Councillor Mumford's proposal. I know it's been seconded, but I personally could go along with it this time round. I'm doing this with my toes crossed, I have to say, because I'm not entirely happy with it. But I think it's the only option we've got at this point in time, particularly with the meadows and the problems there as well. So
Okay, thank you,
I can go
Councillor
along with
Perry.
that, yeah.
That's very constructive of you. Councillor Powell.
Mr. Chairman, I'll try and be constructive as well. This application is in a clear breach of SP 17, if ever I've seen one. Yeah. So that is the legal side. We've got to compare the weight against what I've just mentioned against the rest of the Lenham Road, because there will be all sorts of other applications coming along. They all have children. They all have grandchildren. They're very much a family-based kind of unit, which is fine. But does that mean that every single application that comes along that road, and there will be, I'll be surprised if it wasn't the next planning committee or the committee afterwards, that on the basis of what we talk about tonight with a temporary application, do we start offering temporary consents to every single family that now comes forward? Because that's what we're doing tonight. We're actually setting a precedent by our words. I will go along with that, but it's just to make the rest of the members aware of what we're actually doing. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Atkinson, I do want to wrap this up.
Yeah, thank you. Just a question, really. What happens when the children come of age? Simple question, but I've no
It
idea.
depends whether they stay on at school after 16, doesn't it? But
Well, once they're 18, they're no longer children, are they? So
they may still be in school.
I mean, Chairman, I could answer that, but we're only granting a 3-year consent.
3 years.
And these are young, so we wouldn't get to that stage, and there would be a requirement. The permission would fall away after 3 years, and so either they'd have to apply, or they'd have to look at an alternative site. I mean, I do need to be very clear on this, and I think the reasons, if I could, members, where we're going on this is in the reason that we're changing it. You could say there is significant landscape harm, conflict with SB 70 and DM 15. However, members have considered the very significant weight that they need to attach to the needs of the children, and on that basis, they've deemed that a temporary personal consent could be granted for 3 years to look for alternatives. I think that needs to be very clear. Then, Councillor Powell, you're not making a precedent case here, because let's not forget, every application must be determined on its merits, and you must consider the needs of children if there are children on the site. On every site, you must give them very significant weight, because that's what the case law says you must do. So we have to do that anyway. So this isn't setting any precedent, because you are saying that there's significant landscape harm that would normally warrant a refusal. I hope that's clear and gives members a bit of sort of clarity.
Sorry, can I just come back on that? I mean, really, Mr. Bailey, I mean, what that does then, it shines a light on the whole of our judicial system in the UK, including kind of planning law, where people use case law against each other, and it would be exactly the same as this. And I agree. I mean, for the purpose of tonight, I'm going to go along, obviously, kind of with members, but I think that we've got to be very, very mindful, given what we've got in our own borough, which is a very, very high proportion of the country's gypsy and traveller community. But I know we're working towards that through other policies, but thank you anyway.
For the purpose of my proposal, I will accept Mr. Bailey's wording, what he started there, but don't forget I want that condition put on as well.
Yeah, I've definitely got those members. So I can get that. I just wanted to add the reason to allay the members' concerns about if you're thinking precedent by putting that in your reasons why you're granting a temporary consent and putting it in the minutes. You're giving a very clear indication in this instance why you're doing that. There's 4 children here.
Okay, well, I think that's a fair point. Okay, is everyone clear then? Shall we proceed to the vote on that motion? Mr. Fitzpatrick?
Thank you, Chair. Right, Councillor Atkinson.
4.
Councillor Brendel.
4.
English.
4.
Eves.
4.
Councillor Commands.
4.
Councillor Munford.
4.
Councillor Parfitt Reid. Councillor Parfitt Reid. I'll come back. Councillor Perry.
4.
Councillor Powell.
4.
Councillor Spooner.
4.
Councillor Vizard.
4.
Councillor Wilby.
4.
Going back to Councillor Parfitt Reid. Councillor Parfitt Reid. All right, I'll put that down as absent. I have that as 11-4, Chairman. Debbie?
Thank you very much.
Yes, I agree with that, Chairman. 11 in favour.
Okay, I've got a bit of a dilemma here, members. I don't know how long the discussion on item 14 is going to take. If it takes any time at all, we're going to run out of time this evening. But if it's a very quick debate, we could finish. So I'm not going to take the risk of ending up halfway through a discussion and having to recommence it. So I'm going to not commence item 14, 16 or 20, which will have to be introduced anyway, as it's an MBC application. So I really do apologise for not being good enough to finish this meeting in one go this evening, and to therefore force people to come back on Monday. Sorry, Councillor Atkinson, you aren't retired just yet.
No, well, I've come out of retirement, so that's fine. I quite like being
any applications and then
That's brilliant.
do them again.
That's cruel of you, Clive.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, we need your speech again on Monday, Keith. Yes.
All right, I'll improve it by Monday.
My apologies, ladies and gentlemen, for that, but take that risk of keeping you here and then coming back again anyway.
Always a pleasure, Clive.
Mr. Chairman, I will have to get a substitute for Monday evening. I'm unable to attend, but I'd like to say to you and the members and the officers how much I've enjoyed this last year discussing planning applications. And thank you very much, Clive, for your chairmanship.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Well, I've enjoyed
I'll
it.
echo those
You're a
words
nice
as well,
bunch of
Clive.
people to work with.
Yes.
And
It's a good
members and
committee. It's a
officers.
good committee.
Have a nice evening.